All right, guys. Welcome back to the channel. Welcome back to the stream. Welcome if you are new here. Thank you guys so much for waiting patiently and waiting for the intro to finish up. Appreciate you always being here early. Shout out to those who were here early and on time. It's okay if you're late. Won't get in trouble. It's all right. Yes. Yes, indeed. Boss never demands. We just comply. Absolutely. Yeah. I know that all too well. I know that all too well. And Corey, the legend. He comes in. He immediately drops 5 membership gifts for you. Corey always tries to get the member train started nice and early. So thank you so much for that. As always, man.
I'm no hero. Never was. Never will be.
Yeah, so I put a little feed the beast icon there as an indicator that that's what we're aiming for with 25 members, okay? Of course, we'll always try to push it to 50, but the first 25 always goes to boss. And Corey, I'm going to add your membership gifts to the goal. Now, listen, if you got gifted a membership, okay, I don't know how many we're going to get today. I don't know how many people are going to become members, but we did a Thanksgiving special morning with the missus on Friday. It was a really good time. It was a good time. I think it was a 3-hour episode we did. Things got a little crazy. Just a little, not too out of hand though. But it was a good episode. I think me and Mrs. MBG, we talked about it was supposed to be a list of 5 things, but it ended up being like a list of 8 things or something. Just gaming related things that we're thankful for. So if you get gifted a membership when you're done watching today's stream, and if you're looking for more content, go check out some of the members only content. We did a couple members lounges as well. So make sure you check that out. And I'm going to have to talk about Platinum and Ghost of Yotei. I just did that yesterday. So I'll give you my thoughts without going into spoilers, hopefully. That's at least my hold on. That's at least my hope here. I don't want to go into spoiler territory. And I'll avoid doing that because, it's tough. It's always tough with these story-based games because I know if I do like a review spoiler cast, it's going to really diminish the viewership. But I know that people who want to hear me talk about the game, they want me to go into the weeds of everything regarding the story and the characters. So I'll try my best to avoid any type of spoilers, but I just, I'll give you my thoughts on, the platinum process for Yotei. I didn't think I was going to get it. Well, I guess I kind of knew I was going to get it, but I didn't think I would get it so soon. I thought it was going to take a lot longer. I don't know what's going on with that, Gordon. He says, by the way, my name suddenly changed from Gord to Gordon the other day. I don't know why. Oh, I got to let Luna in. Yeah, I don't know, Gordon. Something's been going on with YouTube. It's been kind of shifting the names. I don't know. YouTube just does things, and I never know why. Seemingly, only 500 calories yesterday. That's tough. Good job though. Yeah, Irfan, I saw that, bro. We're going to talk about that. That's another topic we're going to discuss today. We're going to be talking about Naughty Dog's next big reveal. There's a little bit of confusion going around, some misreporting, but also some insiders kind of chiming in, letting us know what to expect. And I'm just going to give like pretty much an overview of what's going on with Naughty Dog, not necessarily on Intergalactic, but the thing I'm actually more interested in, at least for now, until we see more Intergalactic, I'm actually more interested in the second single-player game they have in development because we don't know what it is. There's a ton of mystery surrounding it. And, of course, people are wondering if we're going to be seeing this game potentially revealed at the Game Awards. So we'll talk about that as well. Carl says his name is the same. Is it okay to despise Naughty Dog? It's okay to despise them, yes. I think it's a strong word. It's a bit intense, but there are certainly people who despise Naughty Dog. Yeah. And I'm also going to be talking about my initial thoughts and my initial experience with the PlayStation Portal. I did buy one. I decided to pull the trigger on it. Somebody dropped a direct donation the other day. It was like a $20 direct donation, but they said it was for like a PlayStation Portal fund. And I was like, well, it's on sale now. People have been encouraging me to pull the trigger for some time. And so I did. And I don't have like a ton of time with it. I have probably like 2, maybe 3 hours of playtime with it. And so I'll let you guys know what I think of it. I know I'm very late, but I know a lot of you are going to be curious to know. We have Kevin Thomas. Thank you for the $10 super chat, buddy. You're saying Naughty Dog's new game is a new IP. They said they were working on 2 new ambitious single-player games when they wrote the Factions cancellation letter. That's true. That's true. I don't know if it's true that the second game is a new IP. It is true that they're working on 2 single-player games. Now, they said new ambitious single-player games. 2 new. But I feel like the thing about using the term new and not specifically saying new IP is that technically could mean 1 new IP and then 1 new entry in an already established game franchise or series. But I do think it's worth noting. that Neil Druckmann says he wants Naughty Dog to become an IP powerhouse. So it is a possibility, certainly, that we could be looking at 2 brand new IPs from Naughty Dog. Let me see. Carlos, you're saying MGS Delta Fox Hunt runs so good on the Portal. I did play that on the Portal, yeah. And Corey, you've been playing Fox Hunt? Really? I didn't know you were playing it. We've probably played together then. Because I know there's not anybody on this channel who's playing Fox Hunt, you probably played with me. Yeah, so... Is he serious? He's always doing this, bro. Because I know the player base for Fox Hunt isn't that large. So, if you see Mr. MBG on Fox Hunt, that's me. All right? If you CQC me, if you knock me out, and then kill me and ruin my round, don't let me know. I was playing it last night for a little bit. Dude, some of the nonsense in this multiplayer, bro. It's really fun, and it feels like Metal Gear. But sheesh. You've only played a game or 3. Yeah, it can be a bit rough, I would assume, if you're just diving in now. Because there's a lot of people who are very established, I have to admit, I put a ton of time in the Fox Hunt, bro. I think I've put like 50. No, that can't be right. Oh my God, it is right. Boss, you doing this isn't going to make you get treats right away. Okay, just chill. By the way, if we do hit 25 members, if we do, and I give Boss his treats, I'm going to hand count 10 treats. This boy is going on a diet. It's for his own good. It's been a long time coming. Has to be done. He'll still get the treats. It's okay. The recommended is 15. I'm going to drop it to 10. That's it. Hard cutoff. He doesn't know that yet, though. He will comply. So how's the Portal? Yeah, I'm going to talk about that in just a second. Before I do, though, what was it? Oh, yeah, I was going to say, dude, I think I've put 50 hours into Fox Hunt. Yeah. Yeah. Maybe more. It might be 60, which is insane. Like, I don't know what's happening. I did not realize until this moment how much time I put into Fox Hunt, because when I platinumed Metal Gear Solid Delta, my time on it was like 45 hours, roughly 45, maybe 50 hours. The time on it now is like 103 hours. So I have put an absurd amount. Wow. Okay. I'm having like a revelation right now. That is crazy, dude. Anyway, yeah. So we're going to dive into these topics, guys. Before we do, though, I want to ask you a couple of things. Number one, I want to ask if you can please kindly hit that like button. Nope, not yet. Not yet. Kindly hit that like button. We're sitting at 28 likes. I want to see if we can bump that up to 50 likes. I would very much appreciate that. It helps the, streams. It lets me know you guys are enjoying the content, helps with YouTube's algorithm. So hit that like button. If you want to support the channel directly, there are a couple of ways you can do that. We are fan funded here. I rely on you guys to be able to continue to run this podcast and run this channel. So you can become a channel member, gain access to some exclusive perks. One of those perks is members only content, the members lounge, morning with the misses, and occasionally members only gameplay streams. So you get some bonuses there. And consider gifting memberships. We're striving for a goal of 25. If we hit 25, we'll feed Boss a couple of treats. After that, we'll see if we can push for 50. Maybe do some reps. I don't know. Well, actually, I don't have my dumbbells up here, but still try to push for that 50 anyway. Or drop a super chat or a direct donation. These are all ways in which you can support the channel. Again, thank you to everybody who contributes. I know not everybody can. I know there are people who would like to but can't. But still, everything helps. So thank you guys. And we have Big Noids with a super chat saying, "Rip Manny of the Stone Roses." I'm not familiar with this person. Who is this of the Stone Roses? Well, rest in peace, I suppose. Big Noids dropping a super chat saying, "Rip." All right, so yeah, I'm going to start with the PlayStation Portal. Oh, he's a legendary bass player. Yeah, the name doesn't ring a bell. I Want to Be Adored is a great track. Yeah, I'll have to look into this. Maybe I've heard some of their music. All right, I think Boss realizes he's just going to have to chill for now. The beast is resting. All right, yeah, so let's talk about the PlayStation Portal. I have it next to me here. It's charging on the dock. I did buy a charging station with it, and I'm glad I did because it looks really good on it. I have to admit. I think I got the Power A branded one, and it lights up. It matches. It's interesting because, like, it looks like PlayStation made it. Like, it just has a PlayStation logo on it. I think at the very bottom of it, it has the Power A logo. I'm only pointing it out because I like to buy. I usually don't buy like licensed accessories or anything like that. But Sony didn't make a charging station for the Portal, but I'm impressed with the one I got. And it charges just like the official charging station for the DualSenses, where when you put them on there, it's like blinking orange, and then when it's done, well, at least for this one, when it's done, it just has a blue light strip to let you know it's at 100%. But I got the Portal. I got it for $180 during the Black Friday sale. Use your Switch charger for it. Nice, Carlos. And it wasn't like massive savings. It was $20 off. So I'm like, all right, well, I was thinking about buying one anyway. Now seems like the best time. So I pulled the trigger on that. I think the charging station was like $20, maybe $25. And well, where do I start? So I did put out a video yesterday. It was a short one where I just like unboxed it. And I want to talk about, I guess, first off, the ergonomics of it, the form factor, how it feels. Up till this point, I only had people describing to me what the Portal felt like. And a lot of people said it feels great. In fact, I don't think I've had anybody complain about how the Portal feels in your hands, how it feels to hold. And it kind of makes sense because even just looking at it, it is a DualSense basically cut in half with a, what is it, like a 6 or 7 inch screen in the middle. But, it's one of these things where it's like, I can imagine what it feels like, but I really got to get it in my hands to know. And yeah, immediately as soon as I held it, I'm like, yep, this is, I don't know if it can be perfected anymore. Like, I'm sure it can. I'm sure that, for example, like the PlayStation 6 handheld that's being developed, they will refine it even further and somehow make it feel even better. But this is pretty much as close to perfect as I think you could get it, where, the biggest thing for me that would deter me, and I know this because I've experienced this in the past many times with portable gaming or handheld gaming, is I'm used to the feel of the controller, right? Whether that be a DualShock or the Xbox 360 controller, whatever it is, like that's what I expect to feel in my hands. And if I don't feel that, I am already going to have a struggle, right? And it's just really cool to kind of, I've never used a handheld like this where it's yes, you're holding a DualSense. That's exactly like there's no compromises whatsoever from what I can tell. The only thing that I've noticed that's just slightly different, and it's very slight, is the analog sticks on the DualSense are a little bit smaller, but not by much. Like, really, most people probably don't even notice. Outside of that, I was kind of looking for differences, right? I'm like, there has to be something here that's just totally different, and really, there's nothing except the touchpad, of course. That's the only thing outside of the analog sticks, but there's not, they found a good solution with that with the touchpad. Um, but outside of that, I'm like, yes, this, with the haptic feedback and everything, it was just a little bit surprising where it's like, yeah, I guess I just didn't like, I did realize that this is just a cut in half DualSense, but I was like half expecting when I got it in my hands to feel like something's off, you know, something isn't quite right. Yeah, it's not the best Ms. Biz, but I'm like not sure what else they could have done without really destroying the entire form factor of it. So I just wanted to speak to that first and foremost. The PlayStation Portal, again, I don't know that I can call it perfect in terms of how it feels, but it's pretty close to it. I do believe there are certain areas that can still be further refined and further improved upon, but there's nothing that really comes to my mind. I'm going to leave that to the engineers at Sony, to the people who are going to build all these different variations of the PlayStation 6 handheld and test them out. But I do suspect that it will be improved. And considering this is the first time Sony has made a device like this, right? This is the first time they've made a handheld that's really trying to emulate, or not emulate, just straight up replicate like the feel of holding a controller, right? And with a screen in the middle. I don't think the Vita did that. PSP didn't do that. No previous Sony handheld did what the Portal is doing in terms of form factor. I'm impressed. I am. I'm impressed. They did a very good job. Is it a bit cumbersome? Sure. There's only one aspect of this thing that makes me nervous, and that is if you try to like pick it up with one hand, like horizontally, without angling it. I think you guys know what I'm talking about. Like if it was just like sitting on the desk right now and I just tried to pick it up, I don't like that. I feel like there's too much weight. I got to use both hands. Like I'm afraid to. I know it won't happen. But it just feels wrong. Like it feels like it's gonna like I could snap the controller off because the weight on the other side is not being countered. I know that wouldn't happen, but that's like the only awkward aspect of it, I suppose, in terms of like when I've been moving it around and placing it down and picking it up. I always feel like I need to make sure I'm not. I just It makes me wonder, has that happened? Do you think that has happened to somebody? Somebody went to go pick it up with one hand and it just like broke? I doubt it, but Ray, what's wrong? Oh, oh, oh. Yeah, you're right. Ray, oh man. I didn't think this through. Clip it, and ship it. Not good, man. I'm literally shaking mine in the air one-handed. It's fine, bro. Thank you, Big Cat's Corner. He had to chime in. He's like, this guy. I'm too afraid to do that. I'm too afraid to do what Big Cat's Corner is doing right now. He's here to let us know. Yeah, I mean, it makes sense because if it would break that easy, there would be portals would be breaking left and right. But it's just it gives me that natural like, Oh, I don't know, man. I don't want to risk it. And so, yeah, Ray, I was just talking about my my overall feelings on how it feels, the ergonomics of it, and the form factor. Very, very impressed with it. Um, and there's one last thing I have to say about this, that nobody prepared me for this. No, I'm a little bit surprised. This is like the most surprising thing, that I thought for sure somebody would have told me about this and nobody did. And maybe that's because it's just me, boss. You're making it look like I'm putting you in like a headlock. I'm not. I'm just trying to stop you from, you know, can you go, man? We still got a ways to go, bro. We're only at 5 members. Relax. I'm sure we'll get more. Chill. He's getting fat. Just tell him. I did. I said he's only getting 10 counted treats, manually counted, if we hit our goal. That's all he's getting. Dude, come on. Come on. Back up. Back up. Back up, man. Something that nobody told me that I was very surprised about was how jarring it was going to be after using the portal for a little bit, maybe like an hour longer, and then going to pick up a regular DualSense to go play normally again. Whoa, nobody prepared me for this. And Robert Rose comes in with a $10 super chat saying, "Good afternoon, Bubio. Thanks for all the info. Love it. Thanks." Well, Robert, I don't think anybody's ever called me that before, but I appreciate it. Thank you. I appreciate you dropping a super chat during the stream and thanking me for the info. I'm glad you enjoy the info. I'm still doing news videos. I know a lot of people don't want to sit down and watch long format content. They don't want to watch streams, or they just don't have the time to, but they want some of that information, right? They want to keep up. So I'm still trying to make sure to do that for you guys. Did I say dual shit? I didn't mean to say that. So Robert, thank you for the super. What's up, chat? Chris, what's going on? So Slick Fizz is saying, what's wrong with that? So it's not that there's something wrong with it, but it messes with me, right? So I've been playing PS5 for the past 5 years, obviously, and I've been using the DualSense. So the DualSense feels, like the most comfortable thing for me. It's what I know. When I was holding the portal for an extended period of time, it felt great. I'm like, yes, this feels like a DualSense. However, what I didn't realize while I was doing it is how, and it's just because of the size of the device, I'm putting my hands out further. So yeah, it feels like I'm taking the DualSense and I'm like holding it like this now. And it almost feels in a way like I'm holding a giant DualSense, a really long, elongated DualSense. And I didn't really notice that when I was playing the portal. I noticed it dramatically when I was playing Metal Gear Solid Delta Fox Hunt, the multiplayer mode. And I'll tell you how my experience playing games has been. But I was like, okay, I'll try out the Fox Hunt multiplayer. And I played it for, I think, about 45 minutes. I did like 3 or 4 rounds. And then my buddy that I was playing with, he was only able to do one more round, and he was getting annoyed because I wasn't playing that great, because it's a multiplayer environment, and there was a little bit of latency. So I was like, all right, let me go back to my regular setup, and I'll do the last round regularly on my screen. And when I went to go pick up the DualSense, I was like, oh, this feels weird. Why does this feel like I felt, I was like jarred. I'm like, this doesn't feel right. Like, I feel like I'm supposed to be holding it like this, not like this. And it basically like broke my brain for a little bit. And I'm sure I'll get used to it, but yeah, that really kind of threw me for a loop, because nobody had ever said that to me. And maybe it's just for me. Maybe that's just the thing that's impacting me. And Chris Brown with a $2 chat says, when I play on Portal, I forget it's being streamed. Yeah, I had that happen a couple of times as well, Chris. And I'll tell you guys which games I've tried out. I'll tell you. So it's not been perfect for me. And I don't think it's obviously not the Portal's fault, because everything about the Portal so far has been great. But yeah, so overall form factor, I got to give it like a 9 out of 10, maybe like a 9.5 out of 10. I mean, I can't find any major fault with this device, boss. I swear, if you start, this boy's going to start trying to bite my Portal. And it's like, nah, nope. It's a one-way ticket out of here, buddy. You understand? This thing's been in the house for like less than 24 hours. Okay. So let me talk to you about the games I played and what it's been like. So first and foremost, my internet. I believe I have gigabit internet. I'm pretty sure I have fiber optic gigabit internet. Like um, I use, I think, Verizon Fios, and it's very, very fast internet. Um, the thing is, though, it seems like it seems like the benefit of that fiber optic internet really only shines when you're plugged in. Now, my PS5 Pro is hardwired with an Ethernet cable. So I'm not using my Pro with Wi-Fi. But I'm prefacing this because I do want it to be known that all throughout my house, I do have some issues with connectivity here and there. Like I use a 5G signal for a lot of my devices, and when it shows the connectivity bar, it'll be missing a bar. So it's not like a super weak signal, but it's not 100%. That's important to note because I think it's causing some issues for me. So here are the games that I tried out on the Portal. I tried Metal Gear Delta Fox Hunt. I tried Ghost of Yotei, Dead by Daylight. I started playing Battlefield 6 on it. Or I tried. And I also did Dying Light the Beast, which is a game that I just started playing. I actually just started it on the Portal. That's like the next game I want to play. I've been meaning to get around to that one. And was there anything else I tried? I think that's about everything I've tried on it so far. And so I'll run down what my experience with each game has been like. So my very first experience was playing Metal Gear Delta Fox Hunt. And I was immediately expecting it to not be good, only because I know I'm choosing to do the thing you're not supposed to do, which is play a multiplayer game, on this device. And before I do that, I also want to say, like, I have to just express how this device absolutely does make me realize how cool the PlayStation 6 handheld is going to end up being when Sony reveals it and puts it out. Because even though I know it's being streamed and, there could be some lag and there could be some latency, and if your connection is interfered with, your experience on the device is going to be interfered with as well. But just holding this device in my hands, and even though I'm just in the other room, and just seeing how it's the full PS5 experience. It's the full experience. There's no compromises. There's nothing being held back. And because of that, it is like, this feels like a portable PlayStation 5. It makes me realize that, yeah, I guess somebody at Sony also kind of had that realization, like, we should just do this for real though. Like without, like, we should make the actual hardware to make this, to facilitate this. It's very cool and just, kind of novel for me, where I've only experienced PlayStation 5 on my TV, on a monitor. I've never experienced it on like a handheld device. I never really used like remote play on my phone or anything like that. But it just made me realize, like, when I look at the screen's very vibrant. I was kind of nervous that it being 1080p, it being so small, it was going to kind of not look great. Considering this thing only cost me $180, I was expecting the quality to be very, very low, frankly, and unimpressive. But it's actually a really nice screen that they have. It's not the best I've ever seen, but it's very vibrant and it's very clear, and kind of makes sense that with a screen this small, I don't think could it still benefit from a higher resolution if it could go to 1440p? Yeah, but 1080p seems good enough. The only time I notice the sharpness of the image diminishes is if there's any connectivity issues, naturally. But I just wanted to put this out here before I talk about what playing Metal Gear on there was like, because I did start a party chat with, or my buddy. He invited me to a party chat, and I don't know why. I don't know why. For some reason, I thought I'm not going to be able to join that because I'm using the portal. But then I did. And then he, and I was like, oh, wait, yeah, there's a mute button on the DualSense right here at the top right on the portal. So I could just chat. And then what was also shocking was the audio. The audio quality on this device is good. Like, surprisingly, in my opinion, I don't want to oversell it, but it was like surprisingly good. I was expecting it to be like absolutely atrocious. Because, that's the thing. I figure, this for how much this thing costs, there's going to be some kind of major compromise somewhere, And John McConsell says you would never do a 1440p on a screen that small. Yeah, probably not. I mean, I think there are some people, if you could get a screen that small to get 1440p, who could notice it like slightly, where it's like, yeah, you could notice it's like slightly sharper. But realistically, yeah, I was kind of like, moving the screen back and forth from my face to see like if you're like holding it like this. I mean, yeah, you might know. I don't know who would play it like that. You might notice it's 1080p or 1200p. Yeah, 1080. Yeah, I think 1080p is probably all you need for a handheld, as long as the screen's not going beyond like. Well, I mean, if it goes beyond like 10 inches or something, at that point, you're getting into like laptop territory and whatnot, or like large tablet territory. And even then, a lot of these screens are fine at 1080p. But it looks good. It looks good. Like the only time I noticed it started to not look good is if there was any interference with the connection. And that can make it look real bad. That can make it look terrible. There was like one instance where I was playing, I think it was it Battlefield 6, which is not what you should be playing on the portal. I just tried out all the games, most of the games I had installed. And at one point it's just like the connection was so bad and it looked like it was like 140p or something. And I'm like, this is quite literally unplayable right now. Boss, it's not time yet. Why is Drake on the thumbnail? New Uncharted game. We're going to be talking about that in a little while, Xanarkin. We'll talk about that. Boss, it's not. Don't. Relax. I gotta tame the beast. So I'm playing Metal Gear Delta, and my buddy invited me into a party chat on the portal, and I legitimately thought like I'm not gonna be able to join it or something. Like I got the notification, but I was like, oh, it says join, so I'm like, okay, I joined it. And what I was most shocked about, and this to me was like, damn, okay, it makes sense, but the voice quality, I was expecting it to be the same as the DualSense, like if you use the built-in mic with the DualSense, boss, for the love of God. And I was expecting it to be awful, like I wasn't even going to be able to hear what he was saying or anything. It was really good. It was much better than the regular DualSense, and I'm like, oh, this is great. This is wonderful. I can hear him very clearly. Clearer than I can if I were to be hearing him through the DualSense. And, I didn't ask him how I sounded, but he didn't have any complaints. And this is a person that usually if I sound muffled or anything or the audio is bad, they'll let me know. So he didn't have any complaints. So I just wanted to say, like, I wasn't expecting that. I didn't, that's another one of those situations where it's like, yeah, man, this just, I guess, does feel like a portable PS5, but you're just at the mercy of your internet connection. So it kind of makes sense where it's like, yeah, Sony, you should make a portable PlayStation that does exactly this, except you're not at the mercy of your internet connection. Why wouldn't you, right? And we have Kaz Jam with a $5 super chat. Thank you for that, buddy. He says, no handheld goes above 1200p. The smaller screen makes the image sharper. Yeah, it reminds me, I think I get confused sometimes because I remember years ago, Sony did this thing that I think they got called out for it, where they were like, we're going to be the first phone manufacturer to ever do a 4K screen. And everybody was like, what? I don't know. Yeah, I know, right? Boss is like a bird. I got to hold my arm out like he's a freaking bird. Xanarkin, that dartboard That's the super chat goal. YouTube gives us the ability, it's built in now, where we can have a super chat goal. I haven't been utilizing it for the longest time. I just figured, why not? Just a little bit of incentive where it's like we have a target to aim for. It pops confetti in the chat if we hit the goal. So, nothing major. Just, nice little confetti pop. Sony Xperia Z, is that what it was called? Yeah, but I remember they did that and people were like, bro, this is literally a gimmick. Like the human eye cannot tell the difference with a screen that's like 6 inches or 5 inches between 1080p and 4K. Like you cannot see it. So, my expectation, considering how good the screen does look at 1080p, I guess my natural assumption is this upcoming PlayStation 6 handheld will probably be a 1080p screen. Like, they could probably just use this same screen, to be honest. They probably could. I know people want like OLED. Maybe they could have like an OLED model that would be more expensive, but it does look very nice. And also, I'm just saying, I'm a little surprised at how vivid the colors are. I expected the colors to be like washed out because I expected the screen to be like really cheap. And I was like, I remember specifically when I was playing like Ghost of Yotei and Dead by Daylight, these are games where like the colors kind of pop. Sometimes in Dead by Daylight they pop certain maps, and I'm like, wow, okay, it's like really good looking. I was a little bit surprised. Xanarkin, you're saying you can beat that super chat goal easily. And I don't know if this screen's HDR. That's something I didn't check. I guess I was just so okay with the way the colors looked. I'm like, I guess I don't even care if it's HDR or not. Perfect image, you're saying read my last. Hold on, perfect. Saying MBG, I'm switching to Optimum because Verizon only has 1 gig. My home needs 5 gigs. Interesting. Yeah, I don't know. I've been pretty okay with my internet for a long time now. I think that's where I'm at though. I think I'm like capped at like 1 gig internet speed. Irvin, you're saying MBG, a question. I've heard the Portal will stick drift pretty quickly. Is that true? That's a nightmare for me. I decided to spend that money on buying a DualSense Edge. Well, I will say this, Irfan. As of right now, I don't have stick drift. I've had this thing for less than 24 hours. I would hope it doesn't have stick drift. But I can say that the sticks feel a little bit, again, they're a little bit smaller, and there doesn't seem to be quite as much tension on them. So I don't know if that would make it easier to end up getting some kind of stick drift or not. But, I hope that doesn't happen because, yeah, this is a device where if you get stick drift on this, yeah, you're kind of screwed. You can't do anything, right? It's not, I mean, you would, if it became that big of a problem, you would have no choice but to replace the entire Portal, which obviously nobody wants to do that. Nobody wants to get stick drift in general and replace a controller. But is it like the sticks of the DualShock 4? No, they're still the same analog sticks that are on the DualSense, but they're just literally shrunken down a little bit, right? So they're not, when I said in my video, they feel like the DualShock 4 sticks a little bit more. And I guess maybe that's just because they're a little bit smaller. But no, they're pretty much the same ones that are on the PS5 DualSense. They're just shrunken down a little bit. But I'm playing Metal Gear Delta, right? And I could feel the latency. Now, I was on a 5G connection. Again, I have like Verizon Fios internet. And I could feel it, but I was like, boss, I am warning you, boy. Do not. I could feel the latency. Garrett, what's going on, man? I could feel the fact that, like, okay, I'm at a slight disadvantage here where I have to overcompensate now a little bit. Not severely, but it's enough latency in this multiplayer environment where I know I'm at a disadvantage and I'm going to have to work with that and around it. And so, like, for example, I was playing in this map. It was like the Groznygrad map or whatever. and we go up the steps to this building, and there's a guy there, and the guy is shooting at my buddy, and so I press the left trigger to aim my weapon and start firing, and I specifically noticed when I hit R2, there was that latency where it's like it's very subtle, it's very slight. I mean, we're talking probably like milliseconds, but in these fast-paced multiplayer environments, or like when you're talking about split second, who's going to shoot first type situations, you definitely notice it. And in that moment, I noticed that my character started shooting just a hair after I pulled the trigger. And, I barely was able to save my buddy because, it's like, well, we're talking about like I needed to get 2 more bullets into this dude to drop him. And that 2 or 3 millisecond latency. I don't know if it was actually that high or not, but I could feel it, and it was there. And so I started to realize as I was playing these multiplayer matches that, like, yeah, I don't know that I would want to play. And it's worth noting, Fox Hunt is extremely sweaty. Yeah, everybody's trying very hard in this. It's not a casual multiplayer. So maybe the worst game truly for me to make my first Portal experience. It wasn't bad. I was still impressed where I'm like, it's pretty smooth overall. There was one match where I was getting some connective issues, and I started to realize, like, yeah, it's like not really running now. Like, it's really starting to chug and lag, and the screen's getting all blurry, and I'm like, okay. What has better latency, cloud or remote play? That I haven't tested yet, Garrett, and I'm very curious. I may have to subscribe to PlayStation Plus Premium. Now they're giving me like a deal where they're saying, like, if I pay $50, I think I'll get it for like a year premium. I'll get it for a year for $50, and then if I stay subscribed for that year, then they'll charge me the full next year. So I'm considering it because I do have gigabit internet, yeah. But as I was saying earlier, like, my connection sometimes wirelessly can struggle. So that was my first experience, and I was overall pretty impressed. I'm like, considering I'm streaming a multiplayer experience where, every millisecond counts, I was doing, like, I was kind of laughing at myself because I'm like, I wonder if that dude knows he just got wrecked by a person playing through, remote play on the Portal. So I was like, okay, yeah, I'm at a disadvantage, but I can work with it and around it. So the next game I tried was Ghost of Yotei. And Ghost of Yotei, the experience was much better. It was much better because I could just tell that, like, the window for latency is much more forgiving for a game like Ghost of Yotei because it's single player, and yes, reflexes matter, parrying and stuff like that. Maybe it can be a little bit of a hindrance there, but it wasn't so. It just didn't feel as bad. It felt more forgiving. It felt like it's okay if there's a little bit of latency here. You may still notice it from time to time, but it's not necessarily. Yeah, I mean, if I was playing like on lethal difficulty, maybe that would be a different story. Yeah, I mean that's a different story, right? But it was really cool because I'm like, dude, this looks fantastic on the Portal, and I think it was probably the best. Now, granted, I was playing it. It was streaming through PS5 Pro, so it was like the best version of the game. I'm like, this looks amazing, right? So I was playing that, kind of just roaming around, doing a little bit of combat. And then after that, the game I tried was, I don't know why. This was by far my worst. No, this was not my worst experience on the Portal. It's my second worst. It's my fault. I'm over here like, I'm going to play multiplayer games. And we have Xanarkin Blitzer with a super chat. He says, MBG, regarding the PlayStation Portal, how far from home did you play it? Any lag? What game? Battery? Did it last 1 hour? Other observations of this PS5 portable? I did not play it outside of my home. I will maybe have a chance to do that coming up soon. And I am curious. Like, I really want to see what that's going to be like. Haven't used it outside the home yet. I've used it in a couple different places in the home. And again, the experience has been a little bit mixed, but I think that's because my Wi-Fi connection is just not great. I don't understand that. I don't know if it's my modem or something. Like, my internet's really fast, but my Wi-Fi connections are just like, like they're always not lagging, but they're never 100% signal wise. When it comes to the battery life, actually, I didn't speak to that, but I played the Portal this morning for about a solid hour, maybe hour and a half in like one sitting. And it was at 100% when I started playing, and it was only at like 76% after that like hour and a half. So I was like, oh, damn. Okay, well, not too bad. I had the screen brightness, I think, at like 75%. So the battery life on it seems pretty good. I don't know when or if I'll test out like how long I could just play a game without, taking a break or without charging to see how long the battery would last. But yeah, when it comes to now you mentioned the PlayStation 5 portable, I really think that like anybody who's using the Portal based off of the little time I've had with it, I've said it before, like this is a test bed for a proper PlayStation handheld. I didn't realize how right I actually was. Where it's like, no, dude, like this is literally the PlayStation Portable that comes out with the PS6 is going to be this, but without the lag, effectively, and that is a pretty exciting prospect. Like I realize there is just a novelty where it's like I'm playing Ghost of Yotei on the go, like I'm playing Ghost of Yotei away from my PS5, like I could just go other places and play these games and bring my PS5 with me, basically. There is a novelty to that, and I didn't quite fully understand it until I got it in my hands. And even though, again, I'm just in the living room and I'm just lounging on the sofa, and I'm like, this is pretty cool, like I'm sure the luster will wear off, over time, but at least initially, I'm like, I like this, like I get it now. Like I get why people are so enthusiastic about it, and other handhelds as well. Seeing the enthusiasm for things like the Steam Deck, the Xbox ROG Ally, like I get it to a degree. I don't know that I'm going to be like a full convert where it's like I'm just doing handheld gaming now. I don't know that that's going to happen because I still, for as great as my experience with the Portal, or maybe mixed, there's a lot of good aspects, but some negative that I'll talk about in a moment. For as mixed as my experience has been and all the positives, like I still can't deny that, like, well, I still would prefer to just kind of, sit down with the console on the screen and have my Ethernet cable plugged in and not, you know what I mean? Get that full experience. And we have Delwyn Hype Man Jones. He comes in with a 20-pound super chat. Delwyn, thank you so much for that, buddy. He says, hope you're enjoying the PlayStation Portal MBG. I only use this for remote play to connect my PS5 to Portal and my TV, and PS5 will turn onto rest mode even when I'm chilling out with my Portal. I want to break from the console itself. That's why I bought it. Yeah, no, dude, that's the thing. So I'm going to tell you what my experience was like this morning, because this was my use case. All right. I wake up really early, and especially on like the weekends, right? Or, whenever like the kids are off from school or whatever. Mrs. MBG, she likes to sleep in a little bit later than me. Now, when I say I get up early, I mean, I get up at 6 a.m. And I am kind of I don't know if I'm a weirdo, but I get up at 6 a.m. every day. Doesn't matter if it's the weekend, like every single day I get up at 6 a.m. I try to just stay on that schedule, and I like it. I feel good in the morning. A lot of times I feel best in the morning. I know that's like weird because it's like the opposite of what most people feel. And I didn't used to be a morning person, but I like to get up at 6 a.m. And now I've always kind of noticed in the morning that, it's one of the things I try to do is I try to be respectful of the fact that it's very early. Again, especially if it's the weekend, everybody's sleeping. I don't want to like make a ruckus. I don't want to be waking people up. I don't want to be annoying in that sense. I should be a CEO. Yeah. Right. And I always just kind of had this feeling like there are times where I want to game in the morning. Not all the time, but there are a lot of times just like I clean up a little bit, I make the coffee, take care of the cats, do everything I got to do my routine. And then, I don't know how long everybody's going to be sleeping in for. It could be they get up 10 minutes after I finish taking care of everything I need to take care of. It could be 2 hours. It really does vary sometimes. And my main gaming station is here in this room. I do play in the living room as well a lot though. But I just started to think like, you know, the PlayStation in the living room, it does suffer from some connectivity issues sometimes. This is what I mean about my Wi-Fi. But I just kind of got this feeling like, even though this is a very specific and maybe even unnecessary use case, just the idea that like this feels like I don't know, it just feels like this would be a cool time to just have a portal where it's like, I could just throw some headphones on or, keep the volume real low. I'm just chilling in the living room. Everything's taken care of. And, I don't have to put on the big TV and, mess with the sound bar and get the sound just right. Make sure I got to lower the bass, And I know these are like hyper specific things, but it's just, that's how I am. It's like, truthfully, I'm probably not waking anybody up, but I'm just thinking, I guess I'm just saying is like, I realize like this is where I think I would want to use the portal, because I'm not playing on my PS5 Pro. I'm not doing that at the moment. I just kind of want to chill out here, wait for the day to really start, wait for everybody to get up and start their routines. It just feels like this is it. This is the moment where a portal would be useful for me. And so I got to finally test that out this morning, and I was mostly correct. So this morning I was excited to wake up early because I'm like, I'm ready. I'm ready, bro. I got my portal. Let's give it a shot. I took care of everything I need to take care of, and I grabbed the portal. And I do want to ask you guys about this as well. So something I realize is that, you keep your PS5 in rest mode. You can turn on your PS5 with the portal. It turns my screen on as well. And I don't know how. So I realized that I had to like go in the other room and actually turn the screen off because it just automatically turned on. I'm like, well, it shouldn't do that. I don't know why it does that. I'm not sure why. I might have to look into that. Because it's not the worst thing in the world. Like I was thinking, if I'm out, oh yeah, there you go. Yeah, that's it. Just unplug the HDMI. Yeah, there you go. Okay, that's easy enough. Luckily, I have extremely easy access to my HDMI. Or maybe it is a setting. I'm not sure. You have a Sony TV. Your TV turns on when you use the PS5. Is that a Sony thing? Well, I got the portal. I turned it on. I did realize that, oh, wait, I think the screen turned on. Let me just go quickly turn that off and pretend that didn't just happen. And we have Xanarkin with another super chat. He says, MBG, your Wi-Fi woes. Your router, does it support Wi-Fi 6? No. My router's old as shit. I think that's the problem. So to put it in perspective, I think I got Verizon Fios installed into my home in like 2018. And I've just used the modem that they gave me. I haven't changed it since. So I don't know like how outdated that is now. It looks cheap. I'm not gonna lie. Like it looks like a cheap modem. So I don't know. Maybe that's something I should look into maybe upgrading at some point. I mean, it's gotten the job done. You know what I mean? Like I never really cared too much about it because I'm like, it's gotten everything I've needed to get done. It did it. No serious issues. But yeah, Xanarkin, I don't know. You're saying perhaps you should consider Ethernet wired connection to PS5. I do. See, that's the thing. Like, I have a wired connection to my PS5, and I don't think I could be wrong, but it's none of the issues I've been having. Like, when I was playing Battlefield 6. Now, again, there's no reason to play Battlefield 6 on the Portal. It's a multiplayer game. I could not play. Like, I don't know what was going on, but like it was unplayable, and I'm like, I'm not sure what's going on here. So I just decided to not do that. And that was due to just straight up like, I mean, it's lagging like and the screen's getting blurry as hell. I can't, like, I'm trying to shoot an enemy and I'm like, I'm like shooting at the sky or something. It's real bad. And I don't know what causes that. I don't know if that is the connection to your PS5. It's weak. Like as in like the internet connection that my PS5 has is weak, but that can't be because I checked it and I'm like, dude, this is like 1 gig up. you know, and like I forget how much down, but it's like, no, this is good. This is like good internet. This shouldn't be a problem. So I'm not sure. And Digital Dude 27 with a $2 chat. That's an interesting chat. He's looking at me. I'm uncomfortable. Digital Dude, stop looking at me like that, bro. If you spend $150 on a great router, you will be very happy. Maybe I should. Yeah, we have a lot of devices in the house. We do. So maybe that's going to be the next thing I have to upgrade. Probably have to wait a little bit, but um
One before and the connection was way better than I expected. In my opinion, a better option than native.
interesting. Moonshot, that's fascinating. You're saying your connection was so good that it felt like a better option than native. Moonshot, what are you smoking, bro? I'm just kidding. Boss, no. Come on. Stop. Don't make me fight you. Guys, appreciate you hanging out with me. Make sure you hit that like button, all right? And Moonshot, thank you for the direct donation, buddy. Yeah, boss is getting desperate. So guys, we're doing good with super chats. We're actually more than halfway to the goal. I appreciate that. Remember, you can always drop member gifts as well. You can become a member. We're going to aim for that 25 mark. At this point, I'm just going to start begging because I need you to help. I need this to stop. He's bothering me so much. But, you know, he's got to be part of the show, I suppose.
A better option than a native device that holds back PS6. Not a better option than playing your PS5 native.
Okay. Moonshot. Okay. That makes complete sense then. So if it were up to you, if you were in charge of the PlayStation division, you wouldn't be doing a native handheld. You would just be saying, like, we'll just do another version of the Portal. You know? We'll just do another version of the Portal, an upgraded Portal. Oh, yeah. We've had conversations about that, Josh. We've had a few conversations about that. And we'll see how that goes. I'm curious too. I don't want to like make it seem like everything's going to be perfect with this PlayStation Portable coming up because I don't know. But my assumption is that Sony's going to make sure things are not. It's not going to turn into like a Series S type situation. Zenerkin, you're heading out, man. Well, thanks for stopping by, bro, and thank you for dropping a couple super chats. I appreciate it. Just fired up the Portal. It did not turn on my Sony TV. If I were to remotely reset the PS5, my Portal would turn it on. Interesting. Well, I got to test it out this morning, nice and early, and I actually wanted to do something a little bit different. I decided I wanted to try a new game for the first time on the Portal and see how my experience is. Now, it didn't go as well as I had hoped, and I'll tell you why. So, saying turn off HDMI CEC. It didn't go as well as I'd hoped, and the game that I wanted to play was Dying Light the Beast. I had it installed, ready to go. I basically decided last night that, tomorrow morning I'm going to play that on my Portal. So, grab the Portal, sitting on the sofa, boot it up, and, connect to the PS5. Like, all right, let's play the game. So I started, and everything's going fine. And I play it for about 10 minutes, and I'm in the middle of a cutscene, and then all of a sudden it just freezes. And I'm like, oh, okay. It's just frozen. I'm like, all right, this isn't ideal. So I turned it off, and then I turned it back on. And I'm like, all right, I'll just reconnect. And then I reconnected. My PS5 didn't turn off, luckily, and it just, it basically just registered it as me turning off the controller. So reconnected, and I'm watching a cutscene, and I'm playing, and then it just did it again, and it just like froze, and I'm like, okay, I'm not sure what's going on here. So I went and I double checked that I was like, connected to the 5 gigahertz connection, not the 2.4. So I switched it to the 2.4 connection. Unplayable. Could not play it. So I was like, okay, I'll switch back to the 5 gigahertz. Now, after I did that, I was able to play for the next hour uninterrupted perfectly. So, there are a couple of like minor issues, and my assumption is the reason why it was freezing. That's the internet connection. Something's going wrong with the connection, and it's just not, it's just not working. But seemingly, it's like after I guess I troubleshooted it, I played for the next hour uninterrupted, and it was great. It was great. There were only maybe like 1 or 2 instances where it's like, okay, I could see a little bit of blur there because the connection's, choppy for that moment. But generally speaking, I got to play the first hour and a half of Dying Light the Beast on the Portal, and it was great. I could tell. Now, here's what's funny. This is a funny story about playing this game for the first time. Is I forgot this game is not PS5 Pro enhanced. And I'm like, oh yeah, it doesn't look as good as I expected, but that's because I'm playing it through the Portal. It's because it's the Portal. Later on, I went to go boot up the game on on my PS5 Pro, just playing it regularly. I'm like, oh no, that's just how the game looks. So I was like basically blaming the Portal, thinking, but you think I would have realized that didn't make sense because I saw Ghost of Yotei. I'm like, Ghost of Yotei looks just as good. But I totally forgot that Dying Light the Beast is not a PS5 Pro supported game. It's not the best looking game. It's not horrible looking either. It's just not the best looking. And so, I had that, I got to test out the experience of like, okay, I had this vision in my head. I got the PlayStation Portal. I got a new game to play. I'm going to play it for like an hour and a half in the morning to start my day. How's it going to go? And the only problem I had was those initial 2 connection stutters or freezes. And then after that, I was able to play it, whole hour and a half session, no issues. And, it made me realize like this device, when it's true, obviously it's true. Like when you have a strong connection, it shines. When you have a strong connection, when there's no interference, it shines. It really is like straight up a portable PS5. But if you're having any connectivity issues whatsoever, like in my case, where I guess it might just be my router, even like the smallest thing can seemingly disconnect you. And that can, that's enough. Like I was this close the second time it froze. I was this close to being like, I'm just not going to do this. I was like, all right, well, just check the connection first, before I fly off the handle or whatever. And that did it. That completely fixed it. I don't know what was going on with it. But yeah, it's one of these things where the Portal feels almost perfect, but the fact that it is at the mercy of an internet connection holds it back. Now, I told you I tried Dead by Daylight, and I want to talk about that for just a moment because playing Dead by Daylight made me realize there are just some games you cannot play. You can technically play it, but it's like you don't want to play this. I decided to boot up Dead by Daylight and play as a killer. And in Dead by Daylight, when you play as killer, you're in first person. And I embarrassed myself, basically. I felt so bad that I was like, okay, well, this is a game that requires such precision and such perfect timing. It's kind of like you just can't play this remotely. Like you need to be playing this natively when you do need a good internet connection, just because it's a multiplayer game. You're saying, dude, you're making me want to return my portal after ordering it. Well, no, try it out for yourself. I mean, if you're not enjoying it and you need to return it. I'm not going to return mine. I'm just telling you that, like, I think the realization I'm having is I think I need a new router, potentially, because when it works, dude. Like, when it works, it shines, and it is literally like it is a portable PS5. in entirety, like in its entirety in the palm of your hands. Um, I've like I told you, I've had connectivity issues for the longest time. You know, I mean my smart TV sometimes drops connection. You know what I'm saying? Like just when I'm trying to watch like stream something. You think I would have taken care of this a while ago, but you know, I would say don't let what I'm saying deter you unless you too have bad internet, not bad internet, but certain connectivity issues with Wi-Fi. If you have that, you should prepare yourself where you might have some issues like I am. But there's another thing I want to mention here. Before I do that, we have Delwyn Hype Man Jones with another generous super chat. Delwyn, thank you so much for that, buddy. He says, I still firmly believe the PS Portal was to test the waters for a new one. Now, since they're successful, it is a successful handheld and it's become more popular in the marketing since they've updated it more often now. Portal was a low expectation from Sony. I agree entirely, Delwyn. I mean, I have to be honest, I was quite surprised to see recently that Sony updated the Portal to where you can just use this as a cloud device now, right? You do not need a PS5. You just need the Portal and a premium PS Plus subscription. If you have those two things, I'm not saying it's the ideal way to play, but you don't need a PS5. And yeah, to me, that's another sign that they're getting much more serious about offering a device that will connect you to the PlayStation ecosystem, but is not tethered to the PlayStation home console, which is very different for Sony, you know, in terms of, I guess you say modern day Sony, right? That's not something they've done in a long, long time. And the last time they did it, it didn't really work out well for them. You know, talking about the Vita. And, you know, that's what I was going to say next, Elwin, is that I am really, really, really tempted, and I might do it in the next week or two. I'm tempted to just kind of take that deal that Sony's giving me and upgrade to PlayStation Plus Premium and try this device out with cloud. You know, knowing that every game I have, every game that I played, if I wanted, if I was subscribed to PS Plus Premium, I could stream it through the cloud. And I do wonder if it would be a better overall experience than me trying to stream it from my PS5, because I've just explained to you guys that, you know, I'm having some connectivity issues. Again, when it's working, it's amazing. But knowing how unpredictable those connectivity issues can be on my end. But again, I don't know if I'm still at the mercy of my internet. So I'm not sure. I'm not sure that it would be, I'm not sure that would rectify the situation. I'm actually just starting to think that I might have to get a new modem. I think that just might be what I have to do, or the router. I mean modem. What's even the difference at that point? But yeah, I think that might be the first thing I have to do. I thought you were ranting about cloud streaming. You haven't tried cloud yet? No, I've dabbled in cloud streaming in the past. Boss. Hell no. Hold on. Boy, you are in trouble. Out. Let's go. Absolutely not. This cat. I meant cloud on your Portal. No, I haven't tried out cloud streaming on the Portal yet. So I don't know what that's like. I think it's going to be interesting to. My plan is to take the Portal with me, so I'm going over my my in-laws for Thanksgiving dinner, and my plan is to take the Portal with me and try it there and see what happens. Now, I don't know what their internet's like, but I'm just curious. You know, I'm curious to see how it goes. Oh, MRPD, you returned your Portal, which it wasn't for you. Yeah, I'm overall, I would say I'm having a good experience with it, but an okay to good experience. And the thing that's preventing me from having a a great experience is, like I said, is some of those connectivity issues. For me, it's not so much the lag. I haven't experienced much lag. The only time I really experienced lag was when I was playing, not lag, but latency, was when I was playing Dead by Daylight. But again, that's just like, dude, you don't want to stream that game. You know what I mean? Like that's a game where you need native input to succeed. And if you don't, it ran well enough. Like, everything was clear and there, the visuals were clear. And it was like, oh, I'm playing Dead by Daylight on the go. But it's like, when I go to press R2, I hold R2 to time my swing and I miss by like a hair. And it's like, I know that why that's happening. It's because I have to account for that input delay, and I'm struggling to do so because the timing for this game has to be so pinpoint perfect. That's why I noticed like playing Dying Light was a lot better, because Dying Light you do still kind of have that as well. You have melee combat, you have to time your hits and stuff, but it's not as serious. You know what I mean? Like you're fighting like zombies that are kind of standing there and slowly coming to you and whatnot. It's a different experience, and that felt a lot better. You need to play slow games like Silent Hill and the Portal, not fast paced. Yeah, I think that's like one of the biggest mistakes I made is I was trying to play some of these really fast paced games like Battlefield 6 and Dead by Daylight. And it's like, well, no one's saying you can't play them, but maybe don't play them. And so, yeah, these are my initial thoughts. Say try racing / driving games. The lag is horrible. The last racing game I played was Forza Horizon 5 earlier this year. I don't know if I would reinstall it just to try it though. Maybe I could. But yeah, overall, those are my. No, we didn't talk about that yet. MRPD. We're gonna talk about that next. Those are my thoughts though on the Portal. It does definitely get me more excited and more interested in seeing what Sony's going to do with the PlayStation 6 handheld, knowing that they're going all in this time. It's not going to be an accessory device. It's going to be a full-blown PlayStation console that, if you don't want to buy the PS6 home console, there's an alternative. Or if you want, the home console and a proper handheld, it'll be there. I really am curious to see how this all plays out. And it's, and these are my final thoughts for now, my final thoughts on my initial impressions. It makes sense to me why Sony decided to create this device, because not only does it feel like it's a proper and maybe necessary test bed, and, just to get a device like this in the hands of PlayStation players to see how they respond and in the hands of gamers, but also just the fact that it's like I said, man, for me, the best way I could sum up the Portal is what I've said numerous times. It's that this is a device that when it works great and it shines. When it doesn't work, when it's having issues, it is literally useless. Like you can't use it because it's truly at the mercy of, you need one very specific thing to make it work. And if you don't have that thing, or if that thing is not as good as it needs to be, then, you can't do anything with it. And so that's the good and the bad, right? That's the upside and the downside. That's also what makes it so cheap. Like I want to say this as well. Yesterday when I made my video saying that I got the PlayStation Portal, somebody left a comment and it had a strange amount of upvotes. Like it was very peculiar. But somebody left a comment and they were like, well, what's the, who would want to play this, or why would I play this, or why would I buy this, or I think they said like my Portal's collecting dust because I'm playing on my Steam Deck and my Xbox ROG Ally X. And I'm like, well, that's cool, but they're totally different devices. You know what I mean? Like one of these devices costs $180 right now, and those other two devices cost hundreds of dollars. So it's like, yeah, I would assume, like, if you're somebody who wants the best handheld gaming experience money can buy, you're not going to go for the Portal. You know what I mean? The Portal, again, it is, and I can tell, like, this is how I'm going to use it. It is an accessory. It is an accessory device to the PS5. Like I said, you can buy it standalone now if you want and use cloud gaming, but I mean, I don't think anybody's going to do that, you know? MRPD says, like, first of all, no, they aren't. LOL. They probably don't have either device, just hooting and hollering for no reason. I will say it had an abnormal amount of upvotes. I'm like, this is weird. Like, a lot of people liked your comment, dude. Like, I did not get a lot of viewership on this video. I track everything, and I'm like, this is kind of sus, you know? But yeah, we're going to move on from that now, though, and we're going to talk about Naughty Dog, okay? So, guys, do me a favor. Make sure you're hitting that like button. I think we could easily get to 100 likes. We're sitting at 78, so if you're enjoying the stream so far, make sure you do that for me. We have some interesting stuff to talk about regarding Naughty Dog. Everybody's favorite studio. Before I do that, though, I have to let Luna out. Hold on. All right. Sorry about that. You're saying MBG, yes, but the product proposition of the PS Portal is very superfluous. Did I say that right? Superfluous? Superfluous. It's not a word I see often. Boss is looking for his treats. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, guys, we're only sitting at 5 members for the day. I don't know. Looking spooky. Did the leaked specs for the handheld say anything about an OLED screen? No. There's no word on an OLED screen. All right. So, let's go over the reports regarding Naughty Dog, Intergalactic, and their new game. So, this all started with an interview that was done with Colin Moriarty of Last Stand Media, or Sacred Symbols. And I believe he was doing an interview on a channel called Dan Allen Gaming. And at one point, they were talking about Naughty Dog. They were talking about Intergalactic, the Heretic Prophet. And I'm going to see if I can actually get the quote up. I don't know if it was deleted already. So the quote from, at least the quote that was put here in the Gaming Lease Rumor subreddit, is he says, I believe we'll see it at the Game Awards. I think next year it'll be good to go. Maybe they will delay it, but based on the way they're hiring and also things I'm hearing about people interacting with this game, and they're also hiring for localization now, they're getting to the end, and it's a sign that everything is kind of locked down and content complete. I won't be surprised if it was out this time next year. But here's the problem. Colin had to come out and clarify because there were reports. Thank you, Irfan. There were reports going all around. Yeah, they were really starting to circulate that basically Colin's saying that the game is done and, the game is. You saw people writing headlines saying it's going to. Insider is saying it's going to show up at the Game Awards. Insider saying it's going to come out next year. Now, I think what made this worse, or it blew this up even bigger, is Jason Schreier immediately chimed in, I guess feeling somewhat threatened, because he never chimes in this quickly. But Jason Schreier said, I can assure you that Intergalactic is not coming out in 2026. And then Jeff Grubb chimed in saying it will not be shown at the Game Awards. So this prompted Colin Moriarty to put out a response to this, which I think it's good he did because, I could tell this is starting to really become a thing. Um, and I went back and I listened to the clip, and I'm like, you know what? Yeah, I don't think at any point he was saying that this is. Now he did say like the one thing he said is he was talking to people. He's had conversations with people, who were interacting with the game. So maybe people read that and they like took that and they kind of ran with it. You're saying they kind of destroyed Colin. I mean, yeah, that they really like they were all over him. But at the same time, it's like I don't know, man. I listened to the clip and I took that more as speculation than anything. It's not like he was sitting there saying like my source told me. You know what I mean? He didn't say anything like that. But I'm just putting this out here because if you see things being like stated, like circulating that, oh, it's going to be at the Game Awards, or oh, it's going to come out next year, because this he said that's not really what was said. It's kind of being misinterpreted, somewhat egregiously. But this gets my mind. But we did get one good piece of information here from Jeff Grubbs. Jeff Grubb. Because I think we all knew it wasn't coming in 2026, right? But Jeff Grubb confirmed this is not going to be at the Game Awards. And Delwyn with another generous super chat. Delwyn, thank you so much for that, buddy. I appreciate the support, man. You're saying the PlayStation 6 handheld successor is underway. They're working on a new one. The more I hear from it, the more I get excited, and the console as well. If the handheld ran PS4 and PS5 and PS6 games at a realistic 1080p, possible 60 FPS, that would be a hell of a handheld day one purchase. Yeah, well, Delwyn, we've been covering the leaks regarding the handheld, and my basic understanding of it, from everything I've heard, is this device should, like on paper, it's 75%. It's 3/4 of a PS5. However, with the upcoming technology that's going to be delivered with software-based technology that's going to be delivered with RDNA 5 that Mark Cerny's helping on, as long as developers leverage and utilize that technology, assuming they'll use it for games that they're going to try to optimize for this device, some results may or should theoretically actually be better than like even some of the results we see on base PS5 right now. Of course, that's going to vary, and we have to see how that's going to play out, but it's looking promising. It's sounding promising. I won't say looking. We haven't seen the games yet. It's sounding promising. And, I trust Mark Cerny if he, is going to work on a handheld alongside the home PS6 console. I kind of trust him and his team to do it well, to do it right, and to not really screw it up in some major way. Wes, you're saying I suspect it will run higher than 1080p, possibly 1440-60. It's 0.75x the raster of the PS5 with 2 to 3 times the ray tracing on the PS5 with new RDNA/UDNA architecture. It will easily upscale to 4K 60. Yeah, my only thing about that, though, is the affordability of the device itself. Like when we were talking earlier about a 1080p screen, I think most people would be perfectly fine with 1080-60, especially if they could get 60 on a handheld. If Sony, the risk I think Sony runs doing a screen resolution higher than 1080p for this device is, well, first off, like how many devs are going to target a higher resolution on the PS6 handheld certified versions, and how much cost that will add to it. Now, I don't know. Maybe I'm like overinflating how much that would cause the price to increase. But I'm assuming like there is and again, it's assumption. I'm assuming there's a significant difference between costs of mass producing a 1080p screen and a 1440 or 4K screen, right? Right? I feel like there has to be. So my guess is in order for Sony to keep this thing, to keep the price as low as they can, I'm assuming they'll aim for a 1080p screen. But yeah, Delwyn, I'm right there with you, man. Delwyn Hype Man Jones, he's hyped. He's hyped for the upcoming handheld, assuming Sony will be able to nail it. I'll keep you guys updated. Delwyn, everybody else, any more reports we get, any more insight, I'll be all over it. You know that. Irvin, you're saying MBG people took Colin seriously because it's known that he has direct contact with Druckmann and multiple people at Naughty Dog. Neil's even showed up on his show from time to time. That's true. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I just think we've been seeing this lately. Like, you know what I don't understand? You know what's weird to me? You know what? I'm not going to go down that road. I'm going to nip it in the bud now. I'm not even going to bother. I'm just going to say that I don't think it's that big of a deal if people want to read into what people are saying. But I do also believe that when we are talking about, like, I think this is a scoop type thing. I think we may have just been given information we weren't supposed to have. I think you have to be very, very mindful of what exactly word for word is being spoken. I take that seriously because, well, I'm not a leaker or anything, right? But it's like if I was to leak something, I wouldn't just say it haphazardly, you know? Like, I would be extremely intentional to say, I am giving you a leak right now. Okay? I'm giving you insider information, and every single word I speak, as long as I'm like with what I'm about to say, is extremely intentional. Um and I do think, like, there are people, I not to defend Colin Moriarty necessarily, but he's always come off to me, because I've followed Sacred Symbols. Like, when he's trying to leak something, he will do that. Like, he will tell you, like, I'm going to give you inside information now. I'm going to tell you what my source told me. And he's very intentional about it. Now, he rarely does it. And in fact, if I recall, I think he said in the past that he doesn't even like really doing that anymore. He doesn't really care much for it. So, I was very hesitant. I did report on this on my Twitter, but I ended up deleting it because he put out his clarification. I'm like, yeah, I tried to frame my tweet as like the only thing he said that I actually maybe took as, oh, maybe that is a good piece of information, is he said that he was talking to people. And like you're saying, we know he has contact with people at Naughty Dog. And it seems to give some potential confirmation that the game is content complete. But then again, you can refer to the job listings, and he mentions those as well. You can refer to the job listings where they're basically looking for QA testers and stuff like that. And that right there, you don't need a leak necessarily, or a leaker or insider to tell you that the game is basically content complete if they're looking for QA testers and localization positions to fill and stuff like that. But I think this is indicative of a bigger, not problem, but a bigger, what am I looking for? What's the word I'm looking for? Just a bigger, I guess you could say, when you look at Naughty Dog, when you look at PlayStation, when you look at Intergalactic, I think all of this is indicative that people are hungry, right? It shows that people are hungry for any ounce of information, any morsel of info they can potentially get on this studio, their next game, and the other project they're working on, right? I know that there's been a lot of drama around, most of it unnecessary, but there's been a lot of drama around Intergalactic since it was revealed. And I think, it does make sense when you consider how prolific Naughty Dog is, how high quality their games have been, and how impactful, their games have been over the years. It makes sense that they're going to be extremely eager to get anything out of the studio. And when you also pair that with the fact that, Naughty Dog made it a point to reveal their game at the Game Awards. They've done this in the past numerous times. Yeah, I think it begins to make sense why people are going to be jumping over, over anything, right? And maybe just hearing what they want to hear. This is what I want to hear. And it sounds good, right? Like if you misinterpret Colin's speculation as him giving you a full-blown leak, which he didn't, but if you misinterpret that, it like, the only way I could see you misinterpreting it is because you're basically hearing what you want to hear. Like, you're hearing that the game's coming out next year. You're hearing that it's going to be at the Game Awards. You're hearing that, like, it's almost here, right? And that's not really what's being said, in an affirmative way. It's being said in a speculative way. But this is so important to highlight because the difference here is that Jeff Grubb, when he says it will not be shown at the Game Awards, he's straight up saying, he is known as an insider and a leaker, much more so than Colin Moriarty, because that's what Jeff Grubb has, he's always got like these different scoops and whatever, right? He's definitively saying that Intergalactic is not going to be at the Game Awards. So this, I think, puts a huge damper on a lot of people, because the whole thing about people getting hype about what Colin's saying, I don't think people would necessarily be hyped about the idea of this game coming out next year. People, I think, would be more hyped, if you want to call it hype, at just finally, we're going to see this game. And it's like, I don't think we're there yet. But, and just to be clear, I want to make sure I put this out here too, just so all our bases are covered. I take this very seriously. I've been trying to take this seriously. There's so much misinformation. There's so much confusion. I get caught up in it too sometimes. I'm trying to always separate the worm from the apple. It's tough. It's tough because there's always so much crap going on. But Insider Gaming 23 hours ago posted an article saying Intergalactic the Heretic Prophet reportedly releasing in 2026. And this report from Insider Gaming has gotten community noted. And Colin Moriarty quote tweeted it. And he said, I am the quote unquote source of this based on opinions I expressed on another person's podcast when asked what I thought about the game and its potential timeline. If you listen to the clip that they're citing, I literally say, quote, that's my opinion at the hour and 10 minute and 2 second mark. And it's otherwise blatantly obvious I'm speculating. Quote, I think. We'll see. I would be surprised. I mean, really? Reporting that conversation as anything else is wildly disingenuous. I don't know why outlets do this to me and many others all the time. But one thing is certain, I'm in for a lot of abuse no matter, for no reason now. Much appreciated. And below that, he says, this is what I mean, by the way. I'm now being blamed and ridiculed for something I categorically did not say or do, almost certainly in perpetuity. Let's go check on the Gaming Leak subreddit, which is likely where the story originated from. And geez, and there it is. And yeah, I mean, he's highlighting replies of people saying, oh, the racist Colin was wrong again. Jesus, what is wrong with Reddit? So Colin Moriarty is not only a scumbag, he's also a liar. Colin Moriarty is no longer reliable for anything. Moriarty doesn't know F about anything. Like, I mean, now granted, I don't know. I don't know if the majority of Reddit is saying that, but yeah, I don't know, man. This is just where my big takeaway from this is that, man, people are really at least when it comes to PlayStation, dude, PlayStation's so quiet anymore. They're so secretive. They're so buttoned up that, like, dude, even just something like this, people are like, they're salivating at the mouth, for good or bad reasons. I'm not saying it's necessarily just hype. Like, it reminds me of, like, just, the recent reports we were going over about the whole idea of them pulling back on PC, where it's just people. Sony just isn't Sony's like doing nothing though. That's the irony of it all. Like, Sony's just like, anyway, guys, here's our Black Friday deals. And we're like, where's Intergalactic? Where are they? Where's Naughty Dog? We know you got them locked up. Where are they at? Where are they, Herman? And formerly Capcom lawyer comes in and says, my friend's dog walker's mom said it'll be at the Game Awards. Thank you. We got another scoop, guys. Write it down. Report on it. No, but I mean, like I said, I'm going to continue to do my best for you guys to separate the worm from the apple. And, everybody's looking for the next scoop. Everybody's looking for the next leak, the next inside information. And, it doesn't have to be something major necessarily, because I don't think anything that's going on here with Intergalactic, like, it's kind of funny because it feels like there's more general drama now around the nature of how these things are leaked or not leaked, but certain individuals are talking about this game. I don't know. It seems like it's going to be like layers thick, I guess you could say, of the the amount of nonsense regarding Naughty Dog going forward. But I think there is a potential silver lining here, guys, and I'm going to talk about what I think it is. Most people don't like Colin, so anything they can jump on him for, they will. Yeah, and I know what that's like, and it sucks. I mean, I listen to Sacred Symbols. I enjoy that podcast, and I again, I think people are just kind of people are locked in, right? Like when people have their opinions of somebody, the truth just doesn't matter anymore. Unfortunately, I hate that. I can't stand that. That's a problem I have frequently. And I've learned that the hard way. And I think it's very disavowing. It's very depressing because you realize that it's like you could show somebody like here's the irrefutable proof that what you think is not true. And they're just like, no, you don't understand. Like, I don't like you. It doesn't matter. You know what I mean? Like, the truth doesn't matter. And, I guess that's just always the way it's going to be. Can't do anything about it. Just got to learn to live with it, I suppose. Neo 3, Saros, Tokon, Wolverine, Phantom Blade 0, GTA 6, all day one games for me on PS5. Hell yeah, dude. 2026 is going to be crazy. I'm just now starting to get into my backlog a little bit. And I'm like, bro, it's about to be December. Like, what are we doing? What are we doing, man? It's too much. It's too much. I can't, I mean, it's getting to a point where I think I'm just going to stop trying to keep up for now, I don't know. I say that, but, I'll be there day one for these games for sure. Overwhelmed BG, absolutely. But here's the potential silver lining that I wanted to talk to you guys about. So Jeff Grubb is confirming we have like two pieces of important information here. Jason Schreier, although I'm not going to view what Jason Schreier is saying as a leak per se, because Sony basically confirmed this themselves. Sony did say that their only big tentpole title, like their main tentpole title from one of their bigger studios next year, is Wolverine. That's locked in. They said they don't have another one lined up. Intergalactic would absolutely be considered a major tentpole title for Sony. So that was pretty much Sony telling you, like, yeah, that's a 2027 game. And what I find important is not only that, but also now Jeff Grubb saying that Intergalactic won't be at the Game Awards. Well, that's the thing. Saros is coming next year. Sony's not positioning that as a tentpole. And you have to understand why Sony uses the terminology they do. They're using specific terminology to create an expectation for their shareholders. So for me and you as gamers, some of you guys might be more excited for Saros than Wolverine. Some of you guys may view Saros as a much bigger deal than Wolverine. We're not shareholders. Well, I mean, I'm assuming we're not shareholders, right? Like, we're just looking at it from the perspective of fans and gamers. But for Sony, when they're talking to their shareholders, they have to differentiate between a game that's expected to sell millions of copies, potentially over 10, 12, 14, 15 million, and a game that's not going to do that. Maybe it'll sell 1 million, maybe 2, maybe 3. For example, they did not refer to Astrobot as a tentpole title. But if you were to ask a PlayStation fan, who really looks forward to Sony's games, would you have considered Astrobot a tentpole title last year? I think a lot of people would have said yeah. I think a lot of PlayStation fans would tell you, like, yeah, that feels like that. I would call it a tentpole title, right? But Sony won't do that to their shareholders, because if Sony says Astrobot is a tentpole title for them, it's our big 2024 tentpole title. Yeah, Sony loves their tentpoles. If they do that, that's going to send a signal to the shareholders like, oh, so we can expect this thing to do like 10 million units or 8 million. And it's like, well, no, like it might do like 3 million, maybe 4 if we're lucky, maybe 5 if it goes crazy, right? But this is not going to be like a a heavy hitter in terms of sales. So I think that when Sony looks at their lineup for next year, like they're not going to put Saros in the same category as Wolverine, because the reality is Saros is just not going to sell nearly as much as Wolverine. It's impossible. Does it mean it won't do well? No. Does it mean it won't potentially sell millions? No. But Wolverine has the potential, frankly, to sell like 15 million plus. You know, like it has that potential. Saros simply, as much as it pains me to say it, because Saros looks amazing, it does not have that potential. Formerly Capcom lawyer saying Wolverine gameplay at the Game Awards, lock it in. Snick. I mean, if they, God, I don't know. I feel like we went like 5 years or like 4 years without seeing a single thing of Wolverine, and then they put out this really awesome gameplay trailer, and they also tell you like, hey, we're gonna be showing you more in spring. And that to me is like, so your state of play. I would love for Wolverine to show up at the Game Awards. I want to see as much of this game as I can. I don't want to see the whole thing, but you know, like I want to see more. I'm hungry for more. It might be a good time for them to show more because there's going to be a lot of eyes on the Game Awards. I'm thinking what else could show up at the Game Awards, because the whole thing I was going to say is that like I posted on my Twitter. When did I post it? I posted this on November 16th, so it wasn't that long ago. I said, reminder that Naughty Dog has a second AAA single-player game in development. The game has reportedly been in development for more than 3 years, and Neil Druckmann is acting as a producer on the project, not director. And this tweet blew up a little bit. I didn't expect it to go this far. It got like 269,000 views, but it got a ton of replies. And, you know, one of the top comments, by the way, and I am actually just seeing this for the first time. Somebody says, I bet Sony and Naughty Dog are looking real stupid right now seeing Arc Raiders' success. That could have been The Last of Us Online. Before we talk about the second single-player game, can we talk about that for a moment? Do we agree? Do we think that there's some level of regret? You know? I've heard quite a few people talk about Arc Raiders in the sense of it's similar to some level. On some level, it's similar to The Last of Us, like multiplayer. It shares some similarities. Are people now beginning to realize that I was right? I'm not bragging, because there's nothing to brag about. I don't want to be right about this. It just depresses me. But it's like, who was sitting here for like the last 3 years crying? I mean, I cry about a lot of things, but I mean, who was sitting here for the last 3 years really crying about, you know, The Last of Us multiplayer getting canceled? This guy right here. And one of the biggest reasons I said, you know, Sony, I think, and Naughty Dog really messed up here is because this would be big. This would be the next big thing. Guaranteed. I really believed in it. And formerly Capcom lawyer with another super chat. Thank you, buddy. He says, IP like Wolverine should be doing 30 to 40 million sales. Well, what makes you say that, Capcom lawyer? What makes you say that? Because like I'm trying to think of another game, even like within the realm of Wolverine, something that shares any similarity with Wolverine that's doing those numbers. You're saying Spider-Man is 50 million? Well, I think Spider-Man's at 50 million with the games combined, right? Like Spider-Man 1, 2, and Miles Morales. I'm assuming Capcom lawyers saying Wolverine should be doing 30 or 40 million like lifetime by itself. I mean, I kind of agree in the sense that I think it deserves that. You know, like I think Wolverine is going to be probably the best game Insomniac ever makes. That's my feeling on it. Like, well, that's subjective. Like, I think it's going to be hands down my favorite game Insomniac ever makes. I'm super stoked for it. And so from that perspective, it's like, hell yeah, this thing should sell 30 million. Like everybody should be buying this shit. You know, this is amazing. You're saying it's because Wolverine's one of the biggest comic characters, tons of movies. As an IP, it should be doing crazy numbers. I agree in the sense that I agree from one angle where it's like, yes, right? Like Wolverine is a big IP, and I think it deserves all the success in the world. The only thing is, I don't know that there's anything else out there that, like, I don't think there's another game similar to what Wolverine's going to be that can say, well, this game, if this game can sell 35 million, why can't Wolverine? Do you get what I'm saying? Like, I feel like the closest thing Wolverine has is maybe something like God of War. If not God of War, something like Spider-Man 1 or 2. If not those games, maybe the previous Wolverine game from Activision. It's like, well, like, I guess what I'm saying is, like, these things are probably, like, the expectations that Sony's probably drawing up of, like, how many units do we expect Wolverine to sell? I don't think they're like, well, look at how many copies Mario Kart's selling. It should be matching that. It's like, I don't think, you know what I mean? I don't think they're looking at Call of Duty and being like, it should match Call of Duty. I think that they're just, thank you. I think that they're just looking at, you know, they're looking at other games that are similar to it and seeing like, okay, well, who's like the best performer here? Well, yeah, and it's interesting you bring that up because that highlights a strange. All right, so it's like, basically, are you saying if CD Projekt Red was going to make a Wolverine game, it'd guarantee sell 40 million? Like is that the direction we're going in? Because that might be true. I don't know if that's true or not, but that might be true. Boss is losing his mind. Boss, I'm so sorry. We have Armani Pepsi Man Coleman. Pepsi Man. He says, I can't wait for Rise of Hydra. If it doesn't show at the Game Awards, I won't be mad. But it really has to, right? I feel like he's going to be repeating this. This is going to be his mantra going into the Game Awards. I agree. Armani, you know how I feel, bro. I agree. I'm right there I want to see this game. I'm rooting for it. It's not the game I'm most excited about, but I like Captain America. You know, I'm not the biggest fan of Black Panther, but, you know, I everything I've seen of it, although it's not been much, I'm like, this looks like it has potential. And knowing that Amy Hennig is part of it, I'm like, okay, I'm rooting for it. So, and formerly Capcom lawyer says Cyberpunk 2077 is based on a board game. It's going to do it. No, but it's a lesser known IP and it's doing amazing, especially with a terrible launch. Well, I don't know, man. I frequently feel like Sony's just caught in the middle, dude. And I think Sony doesn't even know why, because I can't truly identify why. Right? Like, because you kind of got my mind racing here a little bit, where it's like, all right, if I look at something like The Witcher, which is based off a novel or like a book series, right? And then I look at something like Cyberpunk, which is originally based off of a board game. And I look at what CD Projekt Red has been able to do. It's like these games, you know, they end up becoming some of the best-selling games ever, some of the most well-known, but they have this insane reach that 99% of other developers would kill to have for their game. And I have to ask myself, like, well, why? What is it that causes that? Because, like, was the Witcher series reaching tens of millions of people? I mean, was it reaching like 50 million people or something? How big was The Witcher before the games were made? How well known and prolific was Cyberpunk before the games were made. And that's just, I don't know the answer to those questions, but my assumption is nowhere near as big. Like just nowhere near. Not even close. Right? And yet, you're seeing games like Cyberpunk selling like 35, 40, eventually probably hit 40 million. Yeah, you're saying like The Witcher 1 and 2 barely sold. So my answer to this question, but hold on. So like that's on one side, right? And when I think of like CD Projekt Red, you would also think of a studio maybe like Rockstar with Grand Theft Auto and Red Dead Redemption, right? On the other end of that spectrum, though, then you have Nintendo with games like Mario Kart and Super Mario, right? And dude, what are you doing? I'm gonna have no choice but to kick boss out. I'm gonna have no choice, man. He's like trying to bite my portal. Don't you dare. It's literally been less than 24 hours. He's just a baby. Come on, guys, we got to get that member count up. What are we doing, man? Shadowlink, where you at, bro? But what I'm trying to point out, well, you're saying Mario is a huge IP. That's what I'm saying. It hits numbers you'd expect of it. Well, it's not all of Nintendo's IP that do massive, colossal numbers. It's like a select few, and Mario is one of them. But the thing that I'm trying to figure out, like, there has to be a commonality between these things. So it's like, okay, if The Witcher 3 can sell like what 40, 50 million units, I don't know if that's actually how many. I think it's somewhere in that range, right? Somebody can correct me if I'm wrong. Maybe somebody can let me know exactly how many it sold. And I know I just checked recently that Cyberpunk is at like 35 million, probably will be going on to 40 million eventually. Oh, it's at 60 million. Okay, for The Witcher. So like if these games can do that, right? And we know games like Grand Theft Auto 5 and 6, Red Dead Redemption 2, and eventually Red Dead Redemption 3, these are also games that are going to do these wild numbers. And then you throw in Pokemon, and then you throw in Mario, and then you throw in Mario Kart. And you just notice like Sony's not there, right? I mean, nor is Microsoft. I guess maybe Microsoft if you count Call of Duty, but really just focus on Sony. And it's like trying to figure out like, because it does kind of present that question like, wait a second, why is it a Sony developed Wolverine? The idea of that becoming like a 30 to 40 million seller just sounds like that's not going to happen. Like that, like it feels like that's not possible. For one reason or another. And that's the thing. I'm trying to identify the reason. But yet, The Witcher 3 can. Cyberpunk can. Red Dead can. Mario can. And, some of this IP, again, it's old, but some of it, because like when we say what's Mario, bro, it's Mario. It's like, yeah, it's an old, established, well-known IP, one of the most well-known in the world. But still, like, that doesn't explain to me, like, Red Dead. That doesn't explain to me, like, The Witcher. So I guess I'm just saying, like, when I try to figure out, I guess I'm just thinking from the mind of, like, if I was in charge. Like, if it was my job, like, MBG, you're the head of PlayStation, you have to, like, how do you get Wolverine to sell 30 million units? I don't know. Like, I actually don't, I really, I don't know if I would, like, would I go to Insomniac and say, guys, you got to make Wolverine the most ambitious game in the world, okay? Like, this game's got to be hitting on a level, and maybe that's it. Maybe it's ambition. Maybe it's, like, ambition, and even if it's not at launch, Cyberpunk 2077, eventually hitting that ambition and delivering something that's, like, well, like, there's nothing quite like this out there, right? But I don't know. I don't know how I don't, like, is Insomniac the one to do that? I don't know. How much will that cost? How long will that take? What's the risk associated with this? You know, like, are we sure we're not just okay with 15 million? I don't know. You just kind of got my mind wandering on that a little bit. And we have Delwyn Jones, Delwyn Hype Man, once again with another super chat. Thank you for that, Delwyn. He says, MBG, have you ever had a PSP before? That handheld was an absolute effing beast back in the day. UMD and physical disc games take me back to the golden era. Delwyn says, take me back, bro. I did, actually, Delwyn. I did have a PSP. And I remember feeling with the PSP like, damn, this thing seems so cool. And I wasn't underwhelmed by it when I got it. I actually loved it. I just realized that, you know, there were like the struggle I had with the PSP, if I recall correctly, is I had to basically decide when I would ask my parents, because I was young, like which games to buy me. I had my PS2, right? And and I don't remember where I was at that time. Like, I don't know if I was also asking for the PS3 I was asking for a bunch of shit, basically. I remember that. I was asking for a bunch of stuff and I was limited. You know, my parents couldn't buy me everything. They bought me what they could, and I had to make decisions. And I realized that unfortunately the PSP had to take a back seat because the main games that I wanted to play, it's like, well, I need this for my PS2 or my 360 or whatever it is I'm playing at the time, right? And so the PSP kind of got neglected in that sense of, you know, it would be maybe a different situation if my like parents were rich or whatever and they could just buy me the whole catalog of games, or if I was an adult and could buy my own stuff. I don't know how much different it would have been, but the memories I have with the PSP were good. I do remember, bro, I remember having that movie Lords of Dogtown, the UMD, and watching that so many times on the PSP and just thinking this is the coolest thing ever. I remember I'm like, this is so cool. Like, this is the future right here. I got my PSP and I can watch a full-blown movie. Yep, that's right. Lords of Dogtown. Great movie, by the way. I remember playing Madden on the PSP, by the way, and I remember thinking that was awesome. I was really into football at that time in my life. I specifically remember when I had the PSP, I remember I was excited to show it off to a group of kids I was hanging out with. And they lived like 3 or 4 blocks away from me. So I like put the PSP in my pocket, and we were really into sports at the time. And again, I was into football, and I remember like kind of showing it off, being like, "Check this out! Like I'm playing Madden, you know, on this little PlayStation that I just pulled out of my pocket." And everybody was like, "That's so sick, dude!" And I'm like, "Yeah, this is awesome." So I have some good memories with the PSP, but I was very fickle when I was younger, so I don't know, you know. Oh, yeah. Oh, I can't believe I forgot to update you guys on that. Irfan, thank you for asking. I'll tell you in just a second. MBG, so when did you turn on handhelds after that? I don't say I turned on them, but hold on. Sorry about that. So I never turned on handhelds per se. It's just that like I I hold on, guys, hold on. Okay, we should be good. Let me know how the audio is. I have to adjust my because there's like weird, I don't know. So let me know if there's any issues with the audio. Okay. Um, my whole thing with handhelds is that I the last handheld I remember, I think it was either my timelines are messed up because I had a PSP, but I know I also had a Game Boy Advanced SP. And my last memories with the handhelds are playing Madden on the PSP and also playing, what was it? I think it was Pokemon Sapphire on on the Game Boy Advance SP. And I think what just seemingly happened is I eventually ended up getting like a 360 and then eventually a PS3. Again, the timelines are all over the place because I for some reason they're all jumbled in my head. But once I moved on to the 360 and the PS3, I basically just I had no interest in handhelds, and I don't know why. I really don't. I was like, I'm totally content with these devices and these consoles, and I completely lost interest. I don't. At some point, I just noped out of Nintendo, and I like. There's no specific reason. It just happened, and actually, I think you could probably thank Microsoft for that, because it wasn't probably too long after I got a 360 where I was like, Nintendo who? What? Like, and I just did not give a shit, bro. And they were like not on my radar ever again. Like, I'm no joke. Like, ever since that time, like I just never had an interest in Nintendo again in any meaningful way. I played the Wii, of course. I played the Switch a little bit, but even now with the Switch 2, I'm just like, yeah, I don't know. And when it comes to handhelds, even like right now with the Portal and the thought of a dedicated PS6 handheld, I don't want to like fake my excitement where it's like this is not gonna be game changing for me. You know, I had those feelings when I was younger, like when I got the PSP, and like when I had the Game Boy Advance SP, and I'm in summer rec, and I just have to sit, and all I can really do is sit there all day and play this thing. Thank God I had it because I'd be bored out of my mind. It's like in that instance, it's game changing. But where I am in my life now, a really nice premium handheld is something that's cool and makes me feel good. You know what I mean? Like it's nice to have, I suppose. But it's not gonna be my main or daily driver, no matter what. And my level of excitement will probably diminish as time goes on as I get used to having it. So it's not, I don't recall ever like turning on handheld. I do recall kind of turning on Nintendo. Not handhelds, but turning on Nintendo where I'm like, I'm out, bro. Like Resident Evil 4 and then probably Pokemon Ruby and Sapphire. That was the last time Nintendo had me. And then I was just out. I'm like, peace. Maybe I'll come back in the future and play some Super Smash Bros, maybe some Mario Party, you know? Stuff like that. But yeah, I definitely had a PSP, and if I wasn't so fixated, see, it just goes to show that like throughout all these years, man, like the home console is what I was like always obsessed with. And even when I had these handhelds, like I still cared way more about like the PS2, the Xbox 360 event, when Metal Gear Solid 4 was coming out, I'm like, you know, MGS4, absolutely. And it's always been the console has always been my gateway to gaming. So, I guess that's why when we think about the PlayStation 6, I'm still much more excited for the PS6 home console than I am the handheld. I'm excited for the wild card aspect of the PS6 handheld. Like I'm more excited to see how people react to it and like how this changes people's perception of PlayStation, like modern day PlayStation. I think I'm more excited for it from that perspective than I am even just like getting it and having it and playing games on it, simply because it's like, well, yeah, I'm still going to buy the PS6 home console, and that's what I'm really excited about, but yeah, it's interesting to see what's happened in the handheld space. And formerly Capcom lawyer saying, hear me out. Microsoft are raising the Xbox Series prices so much that the next-gen hybrid will look cheap in comparison. That's their angle. So actually, yeah, I should probably let you guys know about this. Apparently, Moore's Law's dead, who, he's been giving us good information for some time now about what's going on with the PS6, Xbox Magnus, PS6 handheld, the ROG Ally, components, what's going on behind the scenes. And according to him, now I need to make it understood that I am just reading this from, I don't know, hold on if I can find the timestamp. Okay, I don't have the timestamp. Oh, okay, because it's a 25-minute video. I thought it was a podcast. Unprecedented. So if I look at the timestamps of his video, OpenAI shocks the market, part 1. Unprecedented panic took over. Safety stock was at historic lows. Read the fine print of OpenAI's shady deals. New leak. How bad will things get? What should you buy now? Oh, here we go. Hold on. New leak. PS5 is safe for now. All right, hold on. I'm gonna.
And now the D tier. Believe it or not, PlayStation. From what I've heard, Sony planned ahead, bought up gobs of RAM near the bottom of the pricing, and thus they should be fine for months. They have plenty of GDDR6. At least that's what I'm told. Yes, prices could go up eventually. I could see that happening next year, especially if by then the Series X is $1,000. Why not? But there is a reason Sony is cutting PlayStation 5 pricing for Black Friday. They aren't just doing this as some extreme move or because sales are bad. They can afford to do it. Apparently, they're not worried about the RAM shortage, at least in the short to mid-term. And so who knows, maybe 2026 will be the year where people go, just get a PlayStation. It's the only thing with sane pricing. We'll have to see, though. But don't feel rushed to get one this second. And then the E tier. The E tier, the things that are barely affected or not affected at all. Yeah, that's going to be RAM.
There's also something he said about, I don't know. Maybe this is where he says it. Let me see.
First half of next year, at a minimum, is going to be rough. And so now let's get into how rough it's going to be for which products. With my S to E tier is the order I will go in list. So, S tier. Which products are the most screwed? I mean, yeah, look, obviously RAM. We're just going to put RAM up there. It's already screwed as of today. All right, now let's move on quickly. Move on to the next tier, the A tier. Next would be SSDs. Smaller company pre-built PCs, not apparently Silver Knight PCs, at least short term, but other ones, because they don't have as much RAM stored as usual. And unfortunately, from what I'm told, Radeon graphics cards. In fact, I am told that the RX 9070 GRE 16GB, a card that was going to try to use worse yields of Navi 48 to basically give you a less efficient 9070 16GB level of performance, but for less money, their own RAM back to fill orders that they can no longer fill with their other customers. Yes, that is how bad this is. Here's another story. One contact of mine told me that they just reached out to their sales rep at one of these RAM companies, again, someone like a Corsair, and they were told that if they wanted more DDR5, any orders that are placed now are not guaranteed to be fulfilled until December 2026. That's right. Right now, already, some retailers, whether it's large ones or mom and pop shops, are being told that if you order a pallet of RAM to be used to build computers or just to sell them from your PC store, that they can't promise you will get them until December of next year. And so, yes, I do think this could be very bad. I won't promise you it will stay that bad for that long. A lot of it depends on if the AI bubble pops sooner. But what I can say is that the first half of next year, at a minimum, is going to be rough. And so now let's get into how rough it's going to be for which products with my...
Okay, so does anybody have a... Really quick, does anybody have a timestamp? I'm trying to like... So we heard what he said about Sony and how they apparently prepped for this for a little bit anyway. But he had something... No, he's not spitballing. He's saying that this is from sources he's been talking to. 1858. Okay. Thank you. Let me see. 1858.
Much aft. And that's why NVIDIA has, and I can confirm this myself now, NVIDIA, yes, I've heard NVIDIA has told partners that the Super Series might launch in Q3 2026. Although I want to be clear because I think there's some misconception about this.
You were just joking? There. Well, okay. Oh, yeah, okay. Well, I can't... Yeah. he doesn't have a timestamp here for Xbox, so I don't know where he says this, but apparently at some point he talks about this and says that like Microsoft is kind of completely screwed because they didn't prepare for this, and I have a theory on why they didn't. But I do have the quote. I just, for some reason, I can't find the timestamp, but I do have the quote. He says, Microsoft didn't plan ahead at all, apparently. In the video, he says, if you still want an Xbox for some reason at their current pricing, those prices could go up soon, or supply could just entirely dry up because multiple sources of mine have apparently been warned by sales reps at Microsoft that this is going to affect the Xbox Series consoles very, very soon, sooner rather than later. And what he's referring to is the RAM shortage. So, you know, he's not guaranteeing that Sony's going to be safe forever. It really depends on, you know, how long this goes on for. Because, you know, if it goes on longer than expected and Sony runs out of RAM, you know, yeah, prices are going to go up again for the PS5. But it seems like before that happens, Microsoft is going to be in that situation almost immediately. And the reason why I think, because, you know, people would ask, like, how could they not prepare for this? I think it's because they don't care. You know? I don't know how much more could happen with Microsoft in the console gaming space for people to realize that they do not care if you buy their device. And they don't care how much it is. They don't care if they have to price it up to $900 at some point. They don't care. Like it's literally like, do you want an Xbox? It's like, no, sell me on it. They're gonna look at you and say, no, you don't want it, go away. Go somewhere else. We don't care. And I think, yeah, that's why you don't prepare. You know, you don't. And there's also the fact that, you know, Microsoft for the past year has been watching their console sales get lower and lower and lower, probably to unprecedented lows. And, you know, when they see that, they're like, well, why would we buy this stuff in bulk at this point? You know, why would we buy, you know, pallets and pallets of RAM or whatever when nobody's buying? On the other side of that, Sony, you know, the PS5 already peaked, but they're still expecting that, well, we got to, you know, we're going to get to 90 million and then hopefully 100 million and maybe 110. And they look at games like Resident Evil coming out, GTA, they got Wolverine. Yeah, and they look at that and they're like, hey, we should probably try to be prepared. This is 1520. All right, let's see. 1520. Thank you, Irfan.
December 2026. That's right. Right now, already, some retailers, whether it's large ones or mom and pop shops, are being told that if you order a...
Wait. Okay, I'm gonna have to just... You would think I would just listen to this video. It's a 25-minute video. I don't want to listen to the whole thing, but... All right, so we heard that part. Boss, I'm sorry. You're not getting treats today, boy. No matter how much you hang onto my arm. You're not getting... It's not my fault, all right? Listen, Corey dropped 5 members for you. If we set a super chat goal for treats, that would be different. But we keep it to members. No, it's okay, though. Like, I want more members. Boss wants more members. But I'm not going to be too upset. I'm not going to be that upset if he can't get his treats. He's got, you know, like I said, I've been cutting back on it. He's got to lose a couple pounds. But even if he does get treats, I'm only counting them out 10 by hand. That's the max, boy. That's the max you getting. My God, he is going so crazy, though. Look at him, dude. You would think he's starved with the way he behaves. He's like, please, God, I'm so hungry. Like, dude, you ate a couple of hours ago. And you ate a lot. You got a whole thing of dry food downstairs. All right, let's see. We have another super chat from formerly Capcom lawyer. Thank you for that, buddy. He says, "Did you see the report about Steam? Although speculative because it's a private company, they made $17 billion with only 350 employees. The average salary at Steam is $1.3 million. I have not seen that report. That is wild. That is crazy, dude. Yo, how do you get hired at Valve? Average salary, $1.3 million. Well, I mean, dude, if they're making that kind of money with 350 employees, they can they can afford that easily. Everybody's going to get taken care of. You know, the more I think about Valve, the more I really ponder the future of that company. And I don't know that it's worth pondering for too long because, I mean, we don't know how long it's going to take. But I really do wonder. I don't know how old Gabe Newell is. I know he's been around for a long time. You know, I mean, he what is he, in like his 50s? I don't know. I could Google it, but I'm just saying, like, eventually, you know, he's not going to. Oh, he's 63. Okay. So he's a little bit older than I thought. Okay. Well, but if he's like, I don't know, maybe Gabe will be like the kind of guy that lives to be like 110 or something, you know? So he could be around for a long time yet. But I just can't help but wonder, like, what happens to Valve when he's, like, gone, you know? Like, again, it's not worth pondering for too long because we don't know when that'll be, but I do wonder, you know, because things seem to, it's one of these things where it feels like as long as he's around and in charge of Valve, things are just going to be good, you know? Like, they're just going to be good and they're going to be fine and maybe get better, right? But I have a feeling that, like, I just have this feeling, and it's not just with Valve, it's like all companies, like, eventually something's bound to go wrong. Like, things can only go good for so long until there's going to be some roadblocks, you know, some rough waters eventually. But I guess we'll see. It is crazy to again, Valve, I think, represents like what you can achieve when you're not really chasing the infinite growth, you know. The scientists have made those cat treats did a good job to get cats addicted. Yeah, they did. They did too good of a job. MBG, he's an OG Microsoft employee from the 80s, sold his shares to start Valve. That's so crazy, dude. I feel like, yeah, I think like Microsoft has a big problem with Valve. When I say problem, I just mean like I think it's like kind of obvious that Microsoft would love to own Valve. Like, Valve has something extremely valuable that Microsoft simply has failed to, you know how like Microsoft was chasing Sony for a long time, and I told you guys it's because Sony has something valuable that Microsoft doesn't. They have a storefront, a gaming storefront that is dominant in the console space. Microsoft, you know, they chased that and they weren't able to catch Sony. And, you know, you start to see how they're pulling back on that, and they're talking about Steam, embracing Steam. And I'm like, well, yeah, you begin to see how like Steam is PC. Microsoft is Windows, therefore Microsoft is PC. You could kind of start to clearly see, maybe it's always been obvious, but that's something that Microsoft would love to have. I don't think they'll ever get it. I'm not expecting that, but Microsoft wants everything as successful. Oh, yeah, I mean, Gabe has a problem with Microsoft. Well, I know Microsoft has tried really hard to make like Windows gaming a thing in the past, and that was a disaster. So I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what Microsoft does next, man. I mean, it's getting harder and harder to talk about. It's not getting harder, but it's like, all right, maybe I did use the appropriate term. It is getting more difficult as time goes on to talk about Microsoft in any meaningful way, because I feel like the only people really left at this point, like it's one of these things. Just like people have made up their minds. You know what I mean? Like Microsoft is cooked. They're done. They're the worst. It's over. Peace. And if you're not that, then you are the opposite. And you're like, yeah, I'm still here for Microsoft. I'm still here for Xbox. I still believe it's going to be great. I don't know. Like, it's just Phil left. And, you know, I just saw like a report when I was preparing to make my video this morning, where apparently like Xbox studios and developers are talking about how they're very excited to bring their games to PlayStation. And I'm just like, well, I mean, yeah, that makes total sense, but yeah, I mean, who wouldn't infer that at this point? Gaming Survivor, yeah. Microsoft, that video was right. Microsoft has checked out mentally. It's probably, I mean, can't blame them, you know? Like, they're just going to rake in. Although, did you guys see this report? I know we're going on a bit of a side path here, side quest, but there's this report for Call of Duty. It says, according to GSD sales data for Europe, which covers both physical and digital game sales across a number of key countries, including France, Germany, and the UK, Black Ops 7 is enduring a difficult launch. The report suggests that its debut week is an eye-popping 63% below Battlefield 6 and more than 60% down compared to Call of Duty Black Ops 6, which came out last year. While this is still inevitably the best-selling game ending November 16th, or the week ending, November 16th, these will be devastating numbers for Activision, who previously insinuated that the franchise is too big to fail. It says here, obviously, we still need worldwide numbers, but we know on Steam the game has peaked with significantly lower concurrent players than its predecessor. Meanwhile, the publisher's own statement on the launch avoided mentioning any kind of performance metric whatsoever. All eyes will now be on the US and whether Black Ops 7 has performed better there. We know Battlefield 6 has been a monstrous success in the US, so it's going to be interesting to see whether Call of Duty can catch up or not. Yeah, I don't know. What do we think about this? The situation with Black Ops 7. Do you think it's going to be the worst selling Call of Duty game of all time? I mean, it might be. I don't know. People were showing me like, I made this joke on Twitter, and it was literally a joke because I just wanted an excuse to use this funny John Cena meme. But people were showing me graphs of like Call of Duty making more money each year. And I am assuming they're true. I don't know that these graphs were just randomly made up, but I don't know, man. I feel like it wouldn't be a bad thing for Call of Duty to really fail. I don't think it would be a bad thing. I think it would be a good thing. I think that even if Call of Duty doesn't fail, which I don't think it will because it's Call of Duty, I mean, it's probably still going to be like one of the best-selling games by far this year. I would love to see Battlefield 6 be way ahead of it because the whole thing about Call of Duty, they still have the correct formula in terms of how it feels to shoot a weapon in a first-person shooter and movement. They have that locked down. I just think what has really created a negative situation for a game like Black Ops 7 and kind of a bad storm overall for Call of Duty is that it's like you need to be honest, I was going to say, like, I think you just need to take, like, a little break, but we know that that's not possible. So if they're not willing to take a break, I don't know, man. Like, they changed it up with Modern Warfare 2019 and did a whole nother trilogy of that. Grooven, you're saying the only people that think Microsoft are done are Sony fans. They literally spend more time tracking what Microsoft is doing than playing actual games. I mean, I guess if you're listening to people on Twitter, Grooven, if you're listening to people on Twitter, you know, like, look, are there like mentally ill individuals on Twitter who align themselves with PlayStation? But literally, I mean, look, I talk about Microsoft, obviously, but I mean, like, literally, they're just their sole reason for existence in these places is to find any little thing they can latch on to. Yeah. And that exists on the other side as well. And I mean, dude, it does get annoying. Like, it's like, okay, maybe if you're just doing it occasionally and you're just trying to have a little bit of fun with it and it's not super serious, whatever. I don't think anybody really minds that. But it's like when it becomes like a weird, neurotic, truly neurotic, where it's like, you know, you maybe you're trying to convince yourself and other people, you know, that this is just jokes and you're messing around, but it's like, bro, you think you need to get some help. Yeah, that exists all around in this space, and it's very, very annoying. It ruins the conversations, unfortunately. Boss. Okay. All right. Okay. Boss is literally melting down live. You see what you guys have done? You see what you guys have done? I'm sorry. I don't even know if Corey's here still, but I'm sorry, bro. Nobody was here to help Corey today. Corey came in, he dropped 5, and he's like, let's do it, guys. Boss is like, I'm ready. Well, Groovin, you're saying it's all pony talk. What about the bot talk though? What about the bot talk? There's bot talk too. X-bot. My X-bot talk. What about my X-bot talk? Treats. MBG, I'm noticing some Xbox guys slowly trying to distance themselves and pretend like they were joking this generation. I mean, I can understand that. Well, because it's going to be, I guess it depends on like what Xbox guys you're talking about, right? It's, well, actually, I do think I will say what I've said numerous times, and I will continue to repeat it as long as I believe it to be true. And that is, boss, get down! Get down right now! I'm losing. He's making me lose it. Dude, I gotta give him credit. If he persists this whole stream, if he doesn't back down this entire stream, at the very end, I'll give him some. Because it's like, all right, well, I guess at that point you earned it, dude. But I will say what I have said many times over, and it's worth repeating as long as it's true. And that is that there are many people, unfortunately, some of them more relevant than others in this space, some of them completely irrelevant, some of them more relevant than they should be. But, you know, there's a spectrum there, certainly. There's a spectrum, all right. And there's like basically 2 types of people. There's those that will just simply tell you, like, yes, we want to continue to console war. And then, you know, there's not many people like that left, by the way. There's not many people that will talk about it that way because it's like, well, are you stupid? You know what I mean? It's like, you know what I mean? Like it's like the only answer to that question is at this point, yes. Yes, I am. And so what, you know, most people are doing, the other type of person is we're just going to try to pretend that we aren't, like that we don't like the console war or that the console war is over, but then just keep doing things. And, you know, it's unfortunate because it's gotten so bad, guys. It's gotten so bad that you can't even make jokes anymore. And that's what sucks. Like when I say that these people have ruined this space, I mean, I've watched it erode, man, where it's like, you try to make just a little joke on Twitter or something, or you just put something out there where it's like, check this out. Here's this, you know, here's a piece of factual data. And it makes people, it's like, you're console warring, stop console warring. It's like, okay, like, I mean, have you been seeing what's going on? All right. Like, look, man, if you think I'm the one still out here going crazy with the console wars, you know, I don't know what to tell you. You know, I can feel Boss staring at me. Formerly Capcom lawyer saying, what would the hit be on PlayStation money? So okay, you're asking like, what would be the game that would is essentially what you're asking Capcom lawyers, like what game would replace Call of Duty financially speaking for Sony if they like lost, if they didn't have Call of Duty yearly? Well, that's what's interesting about watching Call of Duty struggle, right? Is that like people need to understand that Microsoft and Sony now have a symbiotic relationship. They have a symbiotic relationship, and it's not good for Sony that if Call of Duty does poorly. It's worse for Microsoft if Call of Duty does poorly, but it definitely, I mean, again, look at how Sony reacted at the prospect of losing Call of Duty. You know? It would. Oh, you're saying no, what would the hit be on their financials? Oh, it would be massive. It would be huge. So like for example, if Sony's numbers this holiday season, like if next quarter Sony's numbers are slightly down, I mean, you could make the argument that maybe Battlefield made up for that. And that's maybe like kind of that is the silver lining where for Sony, Battlefield might be that game. Like if you ask, like, if Call of Duty sells half as much this year, in isolation, that's not good. That's not good for Sony, and that's not good for Microsoft, certainly. But then if it's like, okay, well, the reason why it sold half as much is because Battlefield 6 came in and made up for it and then some. For Sony, that would be good. That would literally cover Sony, where it's like, we're good. So whatever financial hit we would take from Call of Duty doing poorly was actually made up by Battlefield doing well. That's where like the concern is more for Microsoft, where it's like, bro, you guys bought Call of Duty and now you got serious competition all of a sudden. And I don't blame Microsoft because they didn't see that coming. Nobody did. I mean, I didn't see it coming. We knew Battlefield was in development. We knew Battlefield was going to happen, but we were coming off of Battlefield 2042. So it's like when we saw the initial reaction to Battlefield 6, and it's like, oh, I'm sure Microsoft and all the developers at Call of Duty were like, oh, like we knew it would be, we knew it had potential. We didn't think it would steamroll, I mean, I didn't. I'm still surprised, dude. Like, I'm still kind of shocked at, like, Jesus. Like, I mean, this is like the best Battlefield ever made. I didn't expect that. I did not expect the Battlefield teams to come out swinging that hard, And now you have Arc Raiders out, and that's affecting people in terms of, like, maybe I want to play Arc Raiders instead of either of these games. The competition's fierce in the multiplayer space right now. And Groovin, you're saying all fanboys, bots, the ponies are ruining the industry. All everyone does is complain about everything. Just play games. Yeah, and I'm trying. I'm just speaking for me personally. I'm trying my best not to be too... I fail. I definitely fail. It's the nature of talking so much on YouTube, but I'm trying not to always lean too much in the complainy territory. Some things are just bad. It's hard. Like, things could be better. It's criticism is important, but yeah, I know what you mean, Groovin. It's gotten to a point where it's like people, I don't know, man. It does concern me to a degree where it's like, guys, I don't think some people realize like how far away they're getting from, like, bro, you're just, like, we're talking about video games here, man. Like, do you actually play video games? Do you actually enjoy video games? And I've had this theory for some time. And, you think we're all being too critical? It's possible. Yeah, I mean, I think it's the nature of the internet at the same time, though. Like, eventually, myself included, like, we all realize we can just talk. You can just give your opinion on the internet now. Unfiltered, practically, It's enticing for everybody. Joshua, no members lounge today. It's a Sunday stream, so we're not going to be doing any members content today, but we'll have more coming up this week. So please look forward to that. But I have this theory that there are a lot of people who, Luna, I still didn't distribute treats, so sorry. You're gonna be disappointed too. Luna just ran in here like treats. It's time to eat. Like, not yet. I think a lot of people are not really into gaming anymore. You know, I just think they're not. I think that there are people who are struggling to do. Oh yeah, Irfan. I'm sorry, dude. I don't know why I keep forgetting them to talk about this. I'm gonna talk about so I need to update you guys on that. I meant to do that maybe it's better I do it now. But yeah, I just think a lot of people are not actually in the gaming anymore, and they're struggling with that reality. And the only way that they can cope with it is by, like, I'm still involved in the gaming industry by just dumping on everything now, you know? And it's like, well, you should probably, like, you know, if that's literally all you do now, I mean, surely you don't need me to tell you that you don't really enjoy games anymore. And that's fine. Like, I'm not judging anybody. Excuse me. But it's just, you know, it's got to be something you like, right? There's got to be something good you can gravitate towards. But yeah, I'll give you guys a little update. It's going to be very short. Very, very short. Okay? I'm not going to spend probably more than 5 minutes on this, maybe less. So, on my last stream, we spent about 2 hours or more of that stream. I was like kind of freaking out because I found out that my clips from my stream were being claimed by somebody. And I was instantly worried for many reasons. The biggest reason I was worried at that time was because I didn't do it. And I'm like, okay, well, somebody out there is claiming my content as theirs. And that's a messy situation. And, you know, when that stream was over, so we did not figure out what happened while we were live. When that stream was over, I did research and I looked deeply into it. Now, mind you, I've never copyright claimed anything before, so I actually don't know how to do it. I do now because I researched it, but I didn't know what the process was. And it turns out that when I was talking to you guys about it, I was kind of downplaying it a little bit because I did not realize how serious this actually is. And I'm going to pause for just a moment because we have, it's not coming, his name isn't coming up this way for some reason, but I know, that's PlayStation Pete, I believe. PlayStation Pete. Please confirm this is you because it's showing a different name. It looks like I don't know if that's your. Yeah, I don't know why. Why is YouTube doing this? It's showing different names. But anyway, yeah, that's PlayStation Pete. He drops a $50 super chat on you guys. So PlayStation Pete, thank you so much for that, man. You're saying here, not to be morbid or off topic, my dad passed away in 2019. My mom passed in 2022. My wife left me twice, filed for divorce now. My cat ran away. Oh my God, dude. My cat ran away 3 days ago, and my sister's moving to Tampa, and my pizza job will no longer be allowing overtime. Yo, PlayStation Pete, I'm not going to lie. I feel bad that you dropped a $50 super chat to say that, man. I'm so sorry to hear this. I have to tell you though, man, when you said your cat ran away 3 days ago, I mean, don't get me wrong. Everything you listed is bad, but that's just like it's like the epitome of when it rains, it pours, bro. I'm so sorry to hear of this struggle, PlayStation Pete. Many Tom says, I just walked in. What just happened, man? Why is it so? Well, you know, PlayStation Pete, try your best to hang in there, man. You know, life ain't easy for anybody, I suppose. Everybody's situation is different. Everybody's lived experience is different. You know, I don't know exactly how you're feeling, just as you don't know exactly how I'm feeling, right? We have limitations with this, but, you know, everything you just listed, it sounds rough. It sounds rough, and it sounds like things things aren't necessarily getting easier. So the best thing I could say at this point, PlayStation Pete, and I know it's going to sound cliche, but maybe it still needs to be said is, well, what Irfan says, keep on keeping on. I mean, Death Stranding, man, I don't know. You just keep pushing. Just keep pushing. Hang in there. Hang in there. It's all you can do. Try to count your blessings. Surely there's still some good in your life. There's still some good things, some good aspects, things that, like times like this, I would say it's best to try to focus on what you still have, and what, even if it's something small, but something that you're grateful for, and kind of lean on that a little bit, because yeah, sometimes like life, it'll steamroll you, man. Yeah, and you have the community here, PlayStation Pete. We're here for you, bro. I'm seeing really kind words in the chat. Titus says, if you need any help or to talk, we're here, dude. And yeah, PlayStation Pete, bro, I feel so bad because it's like you dropped support for me to say that. You didn't have to do that, man, but I do appreciate it nonetheless. That means a lot. The fact that you're, yeah, I'm Mini Tom. I'm not making any announcement today, but it's clearly going to have to happen, whether I like it or not. I'm gonna just have to try to get my ducks in a row. And it's a very busy time of the year right now, not just for me, but I'm sure for everybody. But people have been asking me for that for literally years. So at some point, I'm going to have to, yeah, it'll probably have to be a member-only thing. Irfan, yeah, I mean, I'll definitely make you a mod, bro. Absolutely. So not making any announcements per se, but it's one of these things where I'm not going to promise anything. I don't want anybody to hold on to anything. I'm just going to, some things, like, listen, I'm just going to say there may or may not be things happening spontaneously in the future. Maybe they will, maybe they won't. Just always be on guard, always be on the ready, But yeah, PlayStation Pete, bro, I'm so sorry to hear of that struggle. It sounds bad, man, and it's like we were saying, and like the community's saying right now, you always have a place here. You've been a long-time supporter. You've been you've been here platinuming games, expressing your excitement and hyping up those platinums. So we'll we'll be here as long as I'm here. Yeah, hell, even if something were to happen to my channel, I know that some of you guys still kind of communicate and talk outside of it. Okay, boss, you know what? PlayStation Pete, he dropped a $50 super chat. Okay, chaos is erupting. I'm gonna give boss his treats now. That's good enough. I can't take it anymore. I'm gonna count 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Boss, do not bother me after this. I know you're going to, and I'm gonna have to kick you out, but that's all I can give you. You got to lose a couple pounds. Make boss fat. Luna, you and Leia can have a little bit more because you guys are not as bad as boss. Hold on. All right. So once again, Pete, thank you for the super chat, buddy. It's very, very kind of you, and thank you to everybody who shows support. I really enjoy being able to do this. I enjoy being able to do these Sunday streams and all the streams we do, hosting the podcast, talking games, even during times like this where there's not, it's not like a whole lot going on. Can you guys calm down? There's no way he's done eating those already. There's no way he's done eating already. Carl, you're saying I thought I was losing it last year. Luckily, I'm okay now for the people feeling down. Yeah, man. You never know. You never know when the struggle is going to arrive at your doorstep. So Just like I said, always got to try to be thankful for what you have. And that's why I appreciate you guys, really. Thank you. All right. Getting back to what I was saying, though, just because I know people are curious. You guys are just spamming the word. It looks like you're on the verge of spamming the word monster in all caps because of Boss. Yeah, I'm just going to rename him. Boss, your new name is Monster. You're just Monster. Look at him. Look at him. He can't believe it. He can't believe he only got 10 treats. You know, believe it or not, there was a time in his life where he didn't get any treats. You wouldn't know it. You would not know it. So let me finish explaining to you the situation with those copyright claims. Again, I don't have much more to say about it, but you guys do deserve at least a small update because we spent so much time talking about it. Like I said, when we were finished that stream, I did some research, and one of the things I've learned about copyright claiming and DMCA, issuing a DMCA takedown, at least on Twitter, and I'm assuming it's the same way for all platforms, but on Twitter, it's a lot. The most important thing I can say is that in order to do that, you need to give them everything. And when I say everything, I mean like they ask for all of your information. And obviously they do this because you have to prove you are who you say you are. And when I discovered this, I had a realization. The realization was that somebody either A, stole my identity and was able to somehow convince Twitter that they were me. Now, I double and triple checked all my stuff. I looked around. That didn't happen. Or somebody, and this is, I got to be careful how much I say here because I may at some point have to take legal action. I don't know. I don't want to. That's not, I don't want to, you know, that sounds quite dramatic, but it's a big deal because it's either A, they stole my identity and convinced Twitter that they were me, or B, they, how do I say this? Whoever's account was struck, their information was stolen. But what makes that strange and peculiar is, you know, identity theft is a very serious thing, and it's not like I don't know how common it is, but it's a serious thing. I'm not sure why somebody would steal somebody else's identity / information to then copyright claim a very few specific things on a Twitter account. That is difficult to believe. Like, that is very difficult to believe. Like, I mean, that's difficult to believe to a degree where it's like, what? So something is definitely, something nefarious is going on. And, you know, the only thing I'm really trying to communicate to you guys is that I did not realize, like how much information needed to be given to Twitter to issue a DMCA takedown. And it's why you don't see these things flying around all over the place. Stop. Because it's you know, they also make it, you know, you have to sign stuff. And I guess I'm just saying, whoever chose to do this is taking a great risk. Like a great, great risk. In that you get caught, whoever you are, you're going to be in trouble. Like, you're going to be like a lot of legal trouble. So I still don't have answers. I did see that the person, by the way, whose account where these clips were struck, that person did. I had to let them know because, and we did this live on stream. I asked them, I said, do you have any more information? You know, like, because I told them, like, I'm concerned at this point that somebody has stolen my identity. And I'm going to need that because that's very serious for me. That's a major problem. That could completely uproot my life. And then the person said, that's all I got. Now, what they were referring to was a singular message from Twitter saying that their account was locked for copyright claim. And that's where I did I did some digging, and I discovered, like, there's a whole massive section on Twitter where they answer all of these questions. And one of the things that they said is, in order when a copyright DMCA takedown is issued, the person who was affected, like the person whose account was affected by it, will be notified of who did it. And they will be given that information. So I had to show this person, this is what Twitter says. This is what X officially says. Like, so I told him, like, you have more information. You know who did this. And then this person put out a post saying, I found this email and I can confirm it was not MBG who did this. It was somebody else using that person, the account holder, using their information. And Second Son 90, bro. I knew it. I was hesitant to give Boss his treats, but I was like, hey, if we don't get any more members today, that's okay. Boss hung in there. We got good super chats. I gave him his treats. But then Second Son 90 comes in and says, no, man, we need to get to the goal. We need to hit the 25 mark. So we did it. Second Son 90, seriously, thank you so much for dropping 20 membership gifts on the community. And once again, you want me to give more treats to Boss? I can't, bro. I can't. It's for his own good. Once again, I want to remind everybody, if you are lucky enough to receive a membership gift, you now have access to all of the member perks, okay? You get emojis, you get the badge next to your name, but you also get access to members-only content. We got, members lounges we've been doing. We did a morning with the missus last Friday. It was a good time. So if you want more content outside of Press X podcast and the normal news videos, and you have a membership, make sure you go check that out, all right? And if you do enjoy it, consider renewing your membership. It really helps. Second Son says, I just got off work. Glad to join the stream. Well, thank you, bro. I really appreciate that. That's so kind of you. I really appreciate some of you guys, man. You're so kind. You come in here, you're coming off of work, or you're at work, or, you're having some struggles, and you still show support. Like, I mean, I really, really appreciate that, guys. That's something else. Sometimes I feel like, you guys are too kind to me, really. So thank you. And we also have Delwyn Jones. And let me update that member goal first. So look, we hit 25. We hit the first goal. And the first goal is really the only one that truly matters. Like, that's the important one. I'm going to take this picture off. I would put the dumbbell, but I actually didn't. I forgot to bring my dumbbells upstairs. So we hit 25. I'm not asking for more. We don't need more, okay? This is, if you want to hit a second goal, that's totally up to you. I'm not going to tell you not to, right? All the support helps, but we're good, man. I'm shocked. I didn't think we were going to hit that 25, and I'm really happy we did. So thank you. Let me just get this. I think at some point I'm going to maybe get a picture of Arnold or something. Maybe. Maybe. We'll see. All right. All right. And Delwyn, again, thank you for dropping a 20-pound super chat, buddy. You're saying, MBG, since the PS5 came out 5 years ago, I've been wanting to ask, what are your top 5 best games on PS5 you've enjoyed and experienced so far? Mine is God of War Ragnarok, Ratchet & Clank Rift Apart, Death Stranding 2, Final Fantasy 16, and Astrobot. Boss. God dang it. Delwyn, I'm going to answer that question in just a moment. I have to let these cats out because now they're trying to tear the carpet up. Hold on. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. I'm sorry, Delwyn. I would like to just calmly and casually answer your question, but dude, these cats, I'm telling you, like, I'm gonna have to figure out how to. I'm gonna have to get a cat flap installed or something. Because they're so they drive me nuts, man. And I'm sorry. Sometimes it even like takes away from the stream. Because it's like over here, like tearing the carpet up because he's and like scratching at the door and like scratching the paint off the door. And I'm like, you got to be kidding me. I am a Yoto. You know the struggle. Yeah, yeah. They could be a handful. They really can. Okay, you gonna leave now? All right. They're gone. They're gone. All right, Delwyn. Now to answer your question. Thank you for being patient. My top 5 experiences or games I played on the PS5. I mean, geez, man, that's such a difficult one to answer. But I'm going to throw out. I don't know if it'll be 5. I'm just going to throw out a couple that come to the top of my head. You mentioned Death Stranding 2. I got to throw that up there. Is Death Stranding 2 going to be my game of the generation? It's a possibility. Maybe. I mean, to be honest, every game you mentioned, like you mentioned God of War Ragnarok, you mentioned Astrobot. Like Astrobot to me is such a standout because I didn't expect that. Like I won't just count Astrobot. I'm talking about Astro's Playroom as well. Where like when I played Astro's Playroom, I really went in expecting like this is just going to be a short, kind of uninteresting pack-in game, you know? Just Sony advertising the PS5. And I couldn't have been more wrong. I'm like, dude, this is amazing. What even is this right now? You know, like are people seeing this? And then when Astrobot came out and just seeing, you know, Team Asobi absolutely destroy it and crush it. And it surprised me because it's like, I don't usually play games like this. I really don't, you know? And so for this game to speak to me in the way that it did, I'm like, this is quite the surprise. But some other games that are not necessarily just Sony games that really stood out to me, Lies of P is a game that I have to give a shout out to. I know it's a bit random, but, you know, I'm a big Dark Souls fan. Obviously, I enjoyed Elden Ring, but Lies of P is like the first Souls-like game. Because there's, you know, Souls-like games are a dime a dozen. It's the first one I played that felt truly like, dude, this is kind of matching FromSoft, but in its own way. Like it's not matching it by just purely copying it note for note. It is doing its own thing. It's got its own feel. It's taken a lot from FromSoft, but it really was a standout game for me this generation. Another game I want to give a shout out to that it's not talked about much these days, and I have to tell you, I was so disappointed, guys. Like, I'm not hating. I'm not, because I think they're finding incredible success with this new game that they put out. But Sifu. And the sequel, it's not a sequel, but the second game that they made is like it's a soccer game. And I'm like, well, I guess that's going to work out for them, you know? Like they went in a direction, but Sifu was such an awesome game, bro. I think that came out, 2022? One of the most difficult platinums I got. And I loved every second of it. I loved every moment of it. So that was a huge standout game. I got to give a shout out to Demon Souls. Got to give a shout out to, just because it's the first game I'm booting up on my PS5 and my mind is blown. You know, I'm like, I've never played a game that looked this good in my life. Ever. So shout out to Demon Souls. What other games have I played this generation that really stand out? I mean, I know there's still so many. They're just not popping in my head right now. I mean, this is going to be a random. I mean, Concord. I mean, I got the platinum for Concord, bro. Obviously, it goes without saying, Irvin. Returnal is another one. I just platinum Ghost of Yotei, which we're going to talk about. There's so many. There's so many. You know what game I played earlier? This Silent Hill 2 remake. My game of the year last year. This is what I mean. Like when people talk about this generation, bro. Generation was so disappointing. I'm like, I don't know what you're talking about. Like, it's not perfect, but I don't know what you're talking about. I got it. Helldivers. Absolutely. Yeah. The list goes, I'm wearing a Helldivers hoodie. Like, the list goes on, dude. Claire Obscure Expedition 33. I mean, I can't bring it down to a top 5. Metal Gear Solid Delta, bro. Like, gaming is good. FF7 Rebirth. Although I didn't finish it, but I was late to Final Fantasy VII Remake, so I'll count that because I played that in the summer of 2022. Black Myth Wukong, I think for a lot of people's probably on that list. I fell off of it, so it would be disingenuous for me to put that on there, just for me personally. Lies of Phil. God, man, a game that I played earlier this year. And this is another game I was late to. And look, I'm not here to say that this is like a fantastic game that everybody should play, but it had a charm to it that I was surprised by. I'm like, why am I enjoying this game so much? And I platinumed it, and it really rejuvenated my interest in this specific franchise, and that is Terminator Resistance. Bro, I was looking for something to play earlier this year, and I saw this Terminator game, and I'm like, this is probably going to be garbage, but I like the Terminator. I'm going to play it anyway. And I was like, this is good, dude. Like, don't get me wrong. Like, it's rough around the edges. It's not perfect, but I was like, knowing this is a small team, probably with a really small budget, working on a franchise that doesn't have that much going for it these days. Terminator Resistance, I'm like, this is a fun game. Like, I really enjoyed my time with that. So I don't want to say it's like a top 5, but at this point, I'm just basically cycling through games that really, when I think about, I mean, RE4 Remake, you just got to stop the count, bro. It's too much. It's too much. It's too much. This is what I'm saying. Like, how could people say that game, like, this generation hasn't been kind to us, man? We've gotten some amazing games. We've gotten some stinkers. Certainly. We've gotten some, there have been some not so great games, but all in all, it's been and Ratchet and Clank was really fun too. If you like Terminator, play the RoboCop. I've heard RoboCop's really good. Yeah, I saw that was on sale for like $20 or something, or $30. The only thing about RoboCop is that, like, I'm not nearly as not nearly as much of a fan of RoboCop as I am Terminator, the Terminator franchise. I'm not as familiar with it, so I don't know if I would be able to enjoy it as much. But I saw that and I'm like, yeah, I should probably support that game at some point. I still got to get to Mafia Old Country. Stray, yeah, there you go, Irfin. Another one I forgot, Stray, another platinum, incredible. Stray was amazing. Like, Stray, that game had me emotional at the end, man. I'm like, yo, these devs, they cooked, man. So I'm going to play Silent Hill F eventually. Yeah, I'm realizing that they're just the games that I want to get to, I'm going to be a little bit late to. Like, I just started Dying Light today, and that's a game I really wanted to play, but I'm going to start trying to chip away at my backlog. Ghost of Yotei is going to mess that all up, though. All right. We have Armani Pepsi Coleman. Armani Pepsi Coleman. Armani Pepsi Man. I don't know which you prefer. But you're saying, I just hope Captain America and Rise of Hydra is going to be fast, like in the MCU. I know. Armani, I know, bro. You've been telling me. I hope so too. I find that very funny, Armani. Armani's like, I really hope Captain America's fast. Bro's got to be fast. So help me, if he ain't fast in this game, we're going to have a problem. Amy, you listening? He's got to be fast like in the MCU. Oh, speaking of the MCU, Armani and everybody else in the chat, did you guys see the fake leaks? Did you guys see the fake leaks of the new Avengers movies? And they look so real, dude. It got me at first. I was like, oh shit. AI is getting scary now. RoboCop dumps on Terminator. Terminator got taken out by... Hey. I take offense to that, formerly Capcom lawyer. I mean, the Terminator franchise has really fallen off, though. And I think... Sorry, I thought I heard somebody, and I was like, "Wait, do I have it? Am I having company today?" I was very confused for a second. I thought I heard somebody. It wasn't. I'm just hearing things. Sorry. Always got weird stuff going on. This is why it's better when I wear headphones. It's better when I wear headphones because I'm like more locked in. I hate wearing headphones for hours though, man. It makes my ears all hot and stuff. But then I can't hear when I dump my pants, Dude, I need to make that a freaking sound, not just a sound bite, like a video bite that I play. I still can't believe that. Irfan, that day, I think you were the first one. You were like, bro, what the hell was that? Are you okay? And I didn't know what you were I was like, bro, it was a motorcycle. That was so funny. That was truly like a moment. Give it to me. I'll post it on Reddit. Well, hold on, Irfan. I don't know if I want it to become that famous. I don't know that I want to be. Maybe this is a bad idea. Do I want to be known as that guy? MBG going full Shining. I'm gonna have to rename my channel like Mega Dump Gamer or something. That's my favorite, dude. My favorite part about it, and I would rather people believe I just crapped my pants. I would rather them believe that, because the idea that I sat there for like 3 hours, just like, don't break, bro. They can't know. Well, there you go, Wes. There you go. Hey, for some people, that's already what it is. Anyway, all right, we're not done yet. We still got a couple more gaming-related topics, all right? And I'm going to probably have to shut that curtain soon, because we'll see if that light moves over to my face. The light is blinding. Irfan, how dare you? You're going to leave for 10 minutes? How dare you, bro? Just kidding. Well, considering you're telling me you watch streamers that stream for like 10 to 12 hours or something, I'm like, I guess so, man. I guess so. Titus, I'm sorry. I'm sorry that image is forever burned into your mind. Yeah, everyone's going to get unmodded, bro. All right. So I did mean to talk to you guys about one other thing regarding Naughty Dog that I got totally sidetracked by. I'm not going to spend too long on this, and I hate it when this happens because I try my best to keep my topic. I know. I try to keep my topics as structured as I can to help Devil Shooter out, because I know it can be difficult when I'm all over the place. But all I wanted to just let you guys know is just a couple of interesting things about Naughty Dog's second game that's in development. I really should have just dropped this information before I got distracted, but I'm just going to read these overviews very quickly, and then we're going to talk about my experience platinuming Ghost of Yotei. All right. Yo, Irfan says he had to pee. Bro, you need 10 minutes to pee, Irfan? That can't be good. That can't be good, man. Devil Shooter saying it's all cool, bro. All right, well, I appreciate that, man. Yeah, I do try to keep that in mind, because I mean, it makes me feel bad sometimes when I'm like putting the timestamps after you post them, and I'm like applying them to the stream, and I'm like, my God, this poor soul. Like like I'm annoyed at myself looking at how all over the place it is. Oh, you know what? Guys, I will be right back. I have to help Mrs. MBG with something. I have to carry something real quick. All right, so hang tight. Irfan, turns out you're not unmodded, because I'll be right back too. Hold on. All right. Damn, Gaming Star says he's gonna permaban. I walk away for 1 minute. Thank you guys for waiting patiently. I always feel bad when I have to walk away. I have to get up multiple times to open and close the door for the cats, but there was a package that arrived in a really huge box. So I ain't telling you what's in the box. It was massive. I'm just kidding. It's nothing for the channel. But yeah, Mrs. MBG needed a little bit of help there. All right, you know what? I think I'm gonna close a couple of these tabs because there's way too many open. Get a little bit more reorganized here. A little bit better organized, I mean to say. Okay, so talking about Naughty Dog's second game. Uh-oh. Am I? Hold on. Hold on. I'm having something weird go on right now. Like, I don't know if my stream's breaking or what's going on. Everything's frozen. Oh, no. Shit. Are we? Okay. Okay. All right, I'm back. We're good. Wow. That's all right. It was looking spooky there for a second. It was looking spooky there. We're good. Sorry about that. All right. So yeah, yo, Gaming Survivor straight up removes Titus's message where he's just trying to be real and reasonable, and Gaming Survivor's like, I'm the law. Yo, I need to make that a soundbite. I have so many different sound bites. I need to update my soundboard big time. I still got freaking Herman Holst.
This is an incredibly exciting
Oh my
time
God,
for
why is it
PlayStation.
so loud? Herman, don't scare me like that. All right. Mr. B says it would be hype if Naughty Dog showed up with a second game at the Game Awards. Well, here's a quick AI overview, everybody's favorite. I love these AI overviews. Don't we just love AI? But it says Naughty Dog's second game is a secret project that is officially confirmed to be in active development alongside Intergalactic the Heretic Prophet, but no official details have been revealed yet. Speculation suggests it could be a new Uncharted game, a third Last of Us game, or even an entirely new IP. It's also rumored to be a fantasy game, though this is less likely given that Naughty Dog is cautious about introducing new IPs. Here's the information that is confirmed. Naughty Dog has officially confirmed that it's working on this second game alongside Intergalactic. Both projects are described as big games. In other words, they're both AAA projects. The second game, dude, oh my God, how you know you're reading an AI overview? The second game is not Intergalactic. Oh, wow. Thank you. I didn't know that. Neil Druckmann is serving in a producer role on the second game, focusing on mentoring and providing feedback. Now, I do think that is probably one of the most important aspects of this new Naughty Dog game that hasn't been revealed is Neil Druckmann is involved in a very significant way as producer, but he is not directing. He's not, he seemingly doesn't have that much say over what actually is going to, you know, like he's not gonna have a say over the characters, the story, the direction, any of that stuff, the writing. So I do think that that's going to be interesting. The person who, well, here's a list of speculation and rumors. People, we talked about how it could be Uncharted, it could be The Last of Us 3, a new IP. When it comes to the fantasy game, it says here there is speculation that the second game could be a long rumored fantasy project, but others believe it's unlikely for the studio to work on two brand new IPs at once. The release time frame. The release time frame is uncertain, but there is speculation suggesting a 2027 or 28 release. And it's also been rumored that Sean Eskag is leading this second project. And for those who are unfamiliar, Sean Eskag, he directed Uncharted: The Lost Legacy. So that's another reason why a lot of people think this might be Uncharted. And I meant to just throw this into the conversation that we were having earlier about Naughty Dog, where I just was trying to say, I said there was a silver lining, and I believe a potential, albeit I think there's a slim chance, a potential silver lining here is that this game, this new Naughty Dog game, could possibly be revealed at the Game Awards, where it's like no Intergalactic. And somebody in my chat, Irfan, I don't know if it was you, but somebody said, hey, just because Jeff Grubb's saying no Intergalactic, that doesn't mean no Naughty Dog. And that maybe is true. He could have said Naughty Dog won't be there, but he's just specifically said Intergalactic won't be there. I don't want people to hang on to this and go into the Game Awards assuming that we're going to get this game. If you ask me, what do I believe? Do I think they're going to reveal this new second secret project at the Game Awards? My answer to that is no, I don't think so. And the reason I don't think they're going to is because, well, I'm not sure that it would make much sense for Naughty Dog to reveal a second game, and have that kind of exist alongside and kind of compete with Intergalactic. I don't really think that would make much sense. If it is a smaller project, that would make sense. But Shinobi 602, very reliable insider who rarely gives information, but he's been very reliable. Shinobi said that this is not a small game. He said this is like a AAA title. So I do think that what will likely happen is we could see Naughty Dog have a kind of 1-2 punch similar to Insomniac. Maybe that's kind of what they're aiming for here. And that would make sense because a lot of people have been saying that Insomniac's been carrying the generation. People have been saying that Insomniac is the GOAT. And people have also been criticizing Naughty Dog, being like, you're just a remake and remaster studio now. And I think if Naughty Dog could basically drop a new AAA IP to close out the PS5 gen, and then have a second new game ready to go within the launch window of the PS6 that will also be on PS5, like back to back. I think that would be a really good way for the studio to turn around this somewhat negative reputation and negative perception that they've garnered over, I would say, the last 3 or 4 years. And I don't know. Cory Barlog's new IP, I want to say that's more likely to be revealed at the Game Awards. My guess is this. I think in 2026 we're going to hear all about Intergalactic, and Intergalactic is going to launch within the first 6 months of 2027. I think this second Naughty Dog game will be revealed at the PlayStation 6 reveal event in probably May or June of 2027. And I know that's a while from now, but just looking at these timelines, that's kind of what I'm suspecting. Titus, you're saying Naughty Dog needs to remind people of who they are and why people pay attention when they say we got something. I agree. MBG, but their game is almost guaranteed to not be universally loved. It won't change the narrative. No, it won't. But, these are situations where we have to leave enough room for these games to speak for themselves, I believe. So, like in the case of Intergalactic, people are going in with preconceived notions, which is understandable. I'm not saying Naughty Dog didn't do anything to warrant that. They put out quite literally one of the most, if not the most divisive game of all time in the AAA space. People are going to have preconceived notions. And we already see that with the way people are reacting to just a 4-minute cinematic trailer, that barely gives us any, it doesn't even scratch the surface of what this game's going to be. I think you have to just let the game be shown, let Naughty Dog do their thing. And I know you're going to do this, Irfan, but I'm just talking like generally. People need to just let them do what they're going to do. Let's see the game. Let's let them let the game do the talking. And will there be people, as we've seen with Ghost of Yotei and others, will there be people who just refuse to be objective about these games? Yes. Yeah. And there's nothing we can do about that. And when I talk about being objective, it's like, I'm not talking about like, I hate Ghost of Yotei because I don't like the actress or whatever. Like, that's fine. Like, that's fine. Like, you're allowed to feel that way. And that's a perfectly, that's you're entitled to that opinion, right? What's not objective are people basically being like, I hate this actress and this game is ass. It's like, well, hold on, wait, why? What do you mean the game is ass? Could you elaborate further? And it's like, no, I cannot. It's like, oh, okay. And I feel like this is where, when it comes to what Naughty Dog's going to show with Intergalactic and potentially so let's even just put Intergalactic on the back burner. Let's assume that this second game that's in development at Naughty Dog is Uncharted. A lot of people think it's Uncharted. I am not convinced it's Uncharted per se, but it would make a lot of sense if it was. If it is, there's a very high likelihood that you're going to play as Nathan Drake's daughter. And, spoilers for Uncharted 4. And I feel really bad that this conversation is happening so late in the stream, because I just realized I put Nathan Drake in the freaking thumbnail of my stream, but it's fine. Better late than never. People, if you, again, slight spoilers for Uncharted 4, if you beat Uncharted 4, there are a few different directions the game, a sequel to that game or a continuation of the Uncharted franchise could go in. The most logical would probably be playing as Nathan Drake's daughter when she's grown up, right? And maybe like Drake being more of like, Nathan Drake being in more of the Sully role, but for his daughter. However, people are going to have the thing is going to happen again. Unfortunately, like, even though this was already established, even though this makes sense, you're going to say people be like, oh my God, they replaced Drake with I mean, I don't know what her personality would be like, per se, but they're, you know, she boss or whatever, strong female protagonist that's going to replace Nathan Drake. And it's like, yeah, but a girl boss, that's the word term I was looking for. And it's like, okay, but like, dude, like that makes complete sense. You know what I'm saying? Like it makes perfect sense, actually. And there's nothing at all forced about it. And I just feel like it is a shame that we are in this. Like, don't get me wrong, I would like to see another game starring Nate. I would like to see a game, people were talking about, what if we got a game starring Sully and Nathan Drake's brother? Like, that would be cool. Or I could see a situation where maybe it does star his daughter and then like Sully, or not Sully, Sam, like kind of mentors her secretly. Nathan doesn't know. Nathan finds out. Nathan gets angry. And it creates a strife between him and Sam. And I don't know. Like I'm just, maybe all that's too predictable, but I just think it's unfortunate that, even when we talk about this secret second project, it's like people are already prepared to be upset. Mr. B, you're saying I prefer a male protagonist, but I'd rather a new story instead of a remake. Yeah, I mean, that's another thing too. Like, people were saying maybe they're doing like a full-blown Uncharted 1 remake, and I'm like, that would be cool, I guess, right? Like, it has the potential to be cool, but there's also a lot of people that feel exactly like you, Mr. B, where it's like, wait, do we really want another remake? Like, would we prefer a remake of Uncharted 1 or just a new Uncharted? And I'm like kind of 50-50 on it. Like, I could see the appeal of, like, imagine a full-blown from the ground up remake for Uncharted 1. I mean, that would make a hell of a lot more sense than the remake we got for The Last of Us 1, right? That'd make a lot more sense. But at the same time, it's like, no, I think a new Uncharted would be cool too. I like to see like where this franchise would go. MVG, the two games that the man female leads, one is The Witcher 4 and the other is the next Uncharted from Naughty Dog. People need to know the story before melting down for no reason. Yeah, I mean, look, man, I can't deny that I do prefer male protagonists just because I just inherently, to me, I just feel more relatable to a male protagonist. Just like a lot of females automatically feel that way about a female protagonist. However, outside of that, it's like, yeah, but that doesn't. It's like, okay, not a Anyway, so what's this character like? What's this character like? What's the story? It's why, like, when I talk about Ghost of Yotei, which just is a good segue, I suppose. I platinum Ghost of Yotei. I've talked to you guys about the story, and like Atsu's not a bad character at all. Like, at all. Like, actually, I like Atsu as a character. And the reason I like Atsu as a character is because her struggle is actually extremely relatable. I do think the overall execution of the story itself, for me, it had strong beats at certain points. It fell flat in the third act, and I was kind of let down by it. If not let down, just underwhelmed. Underwhelmed is probably the better way to describe it, because I wasn't like let down, like, oh man, that was so disappointing. It wasn't like that, but it was just like, oh, okay, all right. It's one of those situations where it's like I actually enjoyed the journey, like the first half of the journey leading up to the second half, more than I enjoyed the second half of the journey itself and the conclusion. Again, it's very difficult to talk about this without spoilers. Guys, I have to ask something. Like, when is it appropriate to just start talking spoilers? When is that appropriate? Like, because I know people like freak out. Where, like, for me, it's been by December 2nd, it'll be 2 months, and wait, hold on, what did I miss? Yeah, I mean, dude, SMGO, I'm the same. Like, that's the thing. Like, yeah, dude, I have a poster of Kratos here, like specifically older Kratos, because yeah, like the God of War 2018 game and God of War Ragnarok, like that is like a a father son journey, And yes, that spoke directly to me, you know? Like if Kratos was a mother and it was a mother-daughter journey, like would I feel the same? Like no, I wouldn't. Not in like, and that's not, I don't mean that in like a rude way. I'm just being honest where it's like it could be amazing and I could love it, but it would not, it just inherently wouldn't be as relatable to me because I am not a mother. I'm a father, you know. I'm not a woman, I'm a man. And that's, you know, I have a son. It's you know what I'm saying? It's just one of those things where it checks all the boxes. I'm like, okay. Do I need every game to be that? Absolutely not. Would I like to have other games have diversity? Do I want every game to be a story about a father and a son? Yes, I do. No, I'm just kidding. But yeah, I actually, I mean, we kind of got like the father-daughter thing with Joel and Ellie, right? And we could get that again with Nate and his daughter. But um bro, you still haven't finished Silent Hill 2? It's been 25 years. What's going on? Anyway, getting back to what I was saying about Ghost of Yotei, like I um I think Atsu is a well-written character and I really I get so annoyed. Let me walk that back. I don't get that annoyed. I just get slightly perturbed. Just slightly. Because I understand what I'm looking at and I know no Mario spoilers, please. I'll try my best to refrain. And I know why people are doing this, but it's like when I see people, again, I'm not talking about the actress that, like, I'm not worried. I'm just talking about the game. I'm talking about the game and the story that Sucker Punch wrote and the characters they wrote and the dialogue they wrote and the encounters and situations and certain plot points. No spoiler plot points, but ones that we already know about going into the game. Um, it really bothers me when people make it sound like Atsu is a poorly written character because it's like, no, she's really not. And I'll tell you why. It's because you know how in Ghost of Tsushima, when it comes to Jin, one of the things that makes Jin a really well written character, in my opinion, is again, I always talk about how if you want to do a well written character, now I'm not a writer, but so don't hang on to everything I'm saying. Certainly don't. Just take it for what it is. But in my opinion, if you want to write every well written character, there's something universal within that character's struggle that no matter who you are, like you can to a degree identify with, right? When we look at the best written characters throughout all of media, throughout all of history, there's always just that kind of universal aspect that I call, just the human aspect. And the details that surround this character, while important, are not necessarily at the heart of what makes that character relatable. Um, in my opinion, when you reverse that, when you fail to write a character with something that's universally applicable to some degree, and instead it's like all that the actual most important thing are the specific details, that define them. Like that's what we're telling you defines this character. That's when poor writing occurs. That's when like a poorly written character occurs. And Atsu or Jin, I mean, what makes Jin a well written character is his universal struggle with like, you know, I don't even want to say I guess you could say self doubt, but just this idea of like he doesn't know what's right and what's wrong. And that is a truly universal situation that everybody has found themselves in. Not granted, I don't know how many of you guys, are fallen samurai struggling with your code of honor. It's like that's where the details come in. But it's that underlying, and it really culminates. It builds up to the end of that game where now you have to make a choice. And so that struggle that you were dealing with, or that Jin was dealing with, that you were just witnessing, now you get to partake in directly, where now you have to make a choice. And I felt that that's just what made it so good, and that's what made Jin such a memorable character and such a well written character, where um, you see his struggle on display. David Hudat, thank you for letting me know about that. I wasn't aware. That's yeah, we'll have to keep an eye on that. That's going to be a serious problem if that continues. MBG identifies with Abby's steroid struggles, bro. Ain't no way. We're having a great conversation here, Gaming Survivor. Thank you. Guys, make sure you're hitting that like button, by the way. Can we get to 125 likes? I'd really appreciate it. When it comes to Atsu, in my opinion, what makes Atsu a well-written character and what makes her relatable on a universal level, in my opinion, is her trauma. This Atsu's story is about trauma. It's about not being able to move past something. And now when I say universal, like, again, I'm really kind of talking about adults. Like, I'm not saying like an 8-year-old kid could play this game and fully relate to Atsu's traumas. You would hope not. But the specifics of her traumas are not necessarily what matters most. What matters most is that burning desire for, I need revenge and I can't move on, and this is my own, like, this is what's keeping me going. The only thing that's keeping me going is taking out the people who ruined my life. And all throughout the game, it does, they did this with Jin too a little bit. Like, they kind of beat you over the head a little bit at certain points where it's like, we get it. You know what I mean? Like, we get it. We read you loud and clear, just in case you didn't know. But I think when it comes to Atsu's story, what was disappointing to me, not disappointing, but underwhelming, is with Jin's story, even though you make a choice at the end, you, like, in my opinion, I've done both endings of Ghost of. I'm trying to refrain from going into spoiler territory, Irfan, just in case there's anybody here who hasn't beaten Yotei. This is a slight spoiler. It's not major. I think most people already know this. In fact, I think the developers even confirmed this before, in an interview before the game even came out. But in Ghost of Tsushima, you're given a choice, Yeah. I mean, Wes, you know what I'm referring to. And I mean, it really is like, this is the, like, oh, you thought you won because you defeated the Khan, You did it, Jin. Like, you stopped the threat, you stopped the invasion, you've won. It's like, no, you haven't, actually, because you got one more roadblock. And this roadblock, you got to make a choice. And the thing that I thought was so great about it is that no matter which choice you make, you still kind of lose. At least if you don't feel like you lost, you're not sure if you actually won. It's like, you won, but at what cost? And it just leaves you in that kind of limbo, And I think that's another reason why people wanted to see more Jin, to be honest, because you were kind of left with that. Like, even though you get to make the choice, you still kind of, like, you want to know, like, well, so, okay, well, like, what does he do now? Like, what happens to Jin now? How does he feel now? And they don't really give you time to explore that, because I guess that's kind of the point, is like, they want you to, as the player, to kind of settle on, well, you ultimately made the choice. And I know for me, the choice to spare him, I felt better with that. But that's what makes it so intense, is that, like, but at the same time, he wants you to. Like, that, I mean, that's their whole code of honor, is like, I need an honorable death, and you need to give me that. And so it's like, even though you're like I want to do the right thing by not ending your life, but not now you're making me feel like I'm wrong for not wanting to end your, like, what the fuck is going on here? It's so good. It's so good. And it fits so perfectly with the whole samurai code and their way of life. The thing I didn't like about Ghost of Yotei is they don't give you that. And it's fine. Like I didn't hate it, but I just realized like, okay, I just have to watch this unfold, and I have at no point do I get to make a choice. And for most of the game, I was fine with that, because it's like I'm just going along for the ride. It was really at the end, like the build up to the end of Yotei, that I understood, like, so there's a clear message that Sucker Punch wants to send. And I am going to label this as slight spoilers. I'm assuming anybody who's here right now did beat this game. And I'm only issuing slight spoilers because what I'm going to tell you, while not going into great detail, some people could see it as like, oh my God, no, don't spoil. So there it is. Slight spoiler warning. What I didn't like about Yotei was it kind of was the fact that, I respect Sucker Punch for this, but it's Sucker Punch saying, like, we want to tell you how this goes for Atsu. And how it goes is good. And it's kind of funny, I guess, in a sense, because it's like, oh, okay, well, all right, well, Jin's story didn't necessarily end good. It kind of ended in a bittersweet way and in this kind of somewhat limbo place. And I guess it kind of reminded me of The Last of Us a little bit in that sense, where it's like, I kind of love those endings where it's like, it's good, it's bad, it's both. You're not sure how to really feel about it. You gotta chew on this one. With Atsu, it was just too straightforward. She accomplishes her mission, and there is a. This is where I'm not going to get into the details. She does experience another loss, and I appreciate that loss she experiences was not supposed to be there. Like, you don't know that that wasn't even supposed to be there in the first place. I didn't appreciate how painfully obvious it was. Like, okay, I see where I see you're setting this character up that wasn't even supposed to be there to now be the major loss that's occurred at the end. And I'll leave it there. I didn't like how it was so painfully telegraphed that that's what was going to happen. To where I actually will say that it depends on who you ask. This is either a flaw, or it's either a non-issue or an issue, depending on who you ask. I think it is subjective, but for some people, um, making a story too predictable can be seen as a major flaw. For others, it's not. For others, it's not a matter of how obvious it is, but how well it's executed. For me, in this case, I thought it kind of struggled on both fronts. I thought that it became way too obvious, way too soon, what was going to happen. And then I also thought the way it was executed was not great. Because it felt, I don't know if I want to say rushed, but it just was like boom, 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 and I'm like, okay. Well, that's it then. Like I remember sitting there and I'm like, I was fully expecting, like, there's going to be some crazy ass twist that they hid that you ain't going to see coming. It's like, no, that twist you found out like 25 hours ago. Not 25 hours ago, but like 15 hours ago. I'm like, oh, okay. Yeah, it felt, and if I want to analyze this super deeply, Irfan, I don't know that this is what they were going for, but the whole point is Atsu wins in the end. Like, she gets exactly what she wanted. And it's only then that she's like, you know what? Maybe it's time to let this go, and then, then the whole idea is like, she's going to just, and this, again, this is a slightly more detailed spoiler. And it's just really hard not to mention these things when I'm trying to, give my overall review of the story and the ending. But like, yeah, the idea is like she wins. She wins on all fronts except one. Um, you know, she can't undo the loss and she can't undo the trauma. But she got her revenge, and then now it's a matter of letting go and realizing that you still can live a good life. And these are it's a universal thing, and that's why I think she is a well-written character because like she sold it, I think the actress did a good job. She did her job well, like she sold the character. And the writing was mostly I would say really good. Like she was believable as this character. And my only fault really in the writing is just from the overarching plot and how I just feel like there should have been it really felt like there should have been a little something extra here, like something more. And I don't know if that should have came in the form of a major shocking twist. Like what would happen if she did lose? Um, what would happen if like a more interesting ending to me for Atsu. And it would have been a negative one, but maybe I don't know. I kind of gravitate towards darker stuff sometimes. A more interesting ending to me would have been leaving Atsu in a place where she is still just as tormented. And it kind of, almost like it kind of makes her. I guess maybe this ending would maybe only make more sense if you're going to do a sequel. But like putting Atsu in a place where like she kind of is a villain now. You know what I mean? Like not a full blown villain, like, oh, she's obviously the bad guy now, but like just kind of making you realize like you've turned into a monster. And now your mission is over, and now you're a monster with no purpose. That and just letting her like kind of sit with that would have been, I think, for me, a more profound ending. And it's not to say that I don't like good endings. I like good endings too. But it felt yeah, that would have been super interesting, Mr. B. I feel like the reason they didn't put a morality system in this game was because it kind of would have been at odds with how Atsu was written, where it's like she's her whole thing is revenge, and we all know revenge is bad, right? Like so it's like how do you enact revenge and make it good? When it's like her whole thing is like, I need to murder this person at all costs. Like I'm not I don't know that they probably maybe they did try to pitch that and it just was like this isn't working. Um if they gave us options at the end, I will say this though. I will say this. People were saying that Ghost of Yotei is similar to maybe too similar to The Last of Us Part 2 where it's like this whole idea of revenge. I will say though, spoilers once again. I know I shouldn't have to keep saying it because I think everybody's aware we're kind of in spoiler territory now. Well, we are. We're not kind of. We are. But like, so many people lost their minds at the ending of The Last of Us Part 2 when Ellie didn't kill Abby, and was like, you know what? In order to let this go, I gotta let you go, and I gotta let you live. People didn't like that. So yeah, if I'm talking spoilers, then if you're in the chat, and Devil Shooter, if you're still here, when you do the timestamps for this section, if you could just mark it as spoiler territory for Ghost of Yotei, I'd appreciate that. I'm not going to tell you guys you can't talk spoilers in the chat if I'm talking spoilers. So. Oh, that's a great question, Irfan. I didn't even. I have to admit, I never once even thought about that. You're actually right. You're saying my biggest question for me, and I don't even think this is a spoiler, dude. You're saying after finishing the game was why do we know Jin Sakai's full name in Tsushima, but in Yotei it's not like that. It's just Atsu. What's Sucker Punch trying to hide? Oh, that is weird. Oh, Devil Shooter, thank you. Atsu Sakai. Come to think of it, her dad kind of did look like Jin. A little bit. And I'm not making a racist joke. He kind of had a similar, I don't know, man. It's lazy writing. They couldn't think of a last name or like, screw it, don't even give her a last name. No, I didn't think of that, dude. Like, Yotei confirms Jin was present during the second invasion and fled to Ezo to escape the Shogun. These are significant points. The invasion occurs 7 years after Tsushima. Oh, dude, that's fat. Yeah, I didn't connect these dots. You might be Irfan. I don't want to read too much into it. I only say this because Sucker Punch has went out of their way to like they've really tried to make it clear, like, no, like they're different. And dude, that was the first thing we were speculating when we saw the first reveal trailer. We're like, yo, is that gonna be like Jin's great granddaughter or some shit? There were child handprints in Jin's home. Imagine Jin's child might have buried their father, and that daughter or son somehow ended up connected to Atsu's family. We don't know Atsu's last name. That is fascinating. Saying MBG and Sucker Punch have mentioned standalone games coming. Well, what do you mean by that, Irfan? What did Sucker Punch say? Could you elaborate on that? Well, so the idea is like, if the reason we didn't hear we never heard Atsu's last name, because yeah, I did not think of this. Even her brother, Jubei, you don't hear his last name. At no point is their last name ever mentioned. You hear Saito all the time, Lord Saito, you know, and I'm assuming that's his last name. But if she were to end up, if there's going to be like some kind of DLC or some shit where it's like, now you're going to find out she's related to Jin, that would be sick. First off, like that would be such a fucking cool twist. I'd be like, yo, that's so cool that they pulled that off. Like we're not even going to tell you in the main game. We're going to hint at it, and then we're going to have a whole DLC. I've always got this feeling that they were being weird with the way they were talking about Jin. Not that they were like avoiding talking about him, but just no, like just no. Like everything's just no. Nope, no. No Jin, no nothing. But there's a whole thing in this game, yeah, where you discover what happened to Jin. To a degree. You don't learn every detail, but you find that he did make his way to Ezo. He did have this kind of hideout that he made where he spent his last days. You get a sword, you find his gravestone. It's really, really cool. And I didn't think about that, dude. Like, yeah, oh, you're right. All they do is talk about Sakai, Jin Sakai, Jin Sakai, Sakai this, Sakai that, and this is just Atsu. This could be one of those things where Sucker Punch literally didn't think anything of it, and they're like, please don't read too much into it. We literally just didn't think about giving her a last name, which would be strange. Or, it's like, actually there's connections here. And you're right. Like I didn't think about I don't know why I didn't connect the dots that Jin, like, yeah, his final, I mean, we don't know how like long we don't know how old Jin would have been when he made his way to Ezo. We don't know. Like, it could have been, like, I'm just saying, I don't know if maybe he had a family or something, or, and that's why he fled to Ezo. And then, like, Atsu could potentially be some kind of descendant. I mean, that would be a fascinating. I'm just trying to say I didn't put that together. That, like, oh wait, yeah, Jin he's in Ezo. Hold on. I mean, he was like hundreds of years ago, but he's there, and that's where Atsu is. No way we even knew the last names of NPCs in Tsushima, man. Yo, Irfan's got his tinfoil hat. You're right, though. You're absolutely right. The second Mongol invasion occurs 7 years after Tsushima, leaving nearly a decade of Jin's story unknown. Yo, Yo, hold on though. Hold on. Are we thinking like there's going to be a whole nother second story for Jin? But it makes it so much more significant because like you're also going to find out that Atsu is related to him through his second journey. I don't know. That'd be cool, bro. I would like that. I would really like that. I always found it peculiar that they really sucker punched at this. They've tried to go out of their way to be like, there is no connection, bro. There's nothing. All right, Jin's like he's a literal ghost now, bro. He's a literal ghost. Don't think too much of it. That's very that's I got to give you credit for that one, Irfan. I did not only did I not once think about the fact that we don't have her last name, I didn't think of that once. But I don't think I've seen anybody else mention that either. Interesting. Very interesting. Tsushima 2 could still exist. Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't think it would be a bad thing if I'll tell you what. People say they don't want more Ghost, but I think that changes if you bring back Jin. I think that hits different, you know. And I'm not, maybe I'm like a Jin fanboy, but like, and I'm not saying people wouldn't like to see Atsu, like they wouldn't like to learn more from, you know, about what's going on with her. But I just feel like I personally feel that if the idea is Sucker Punch wanted to move on from Jin because it's like everything's complete, you know, his story's told. We even gave you a DLC. It's all good. I was fine with that. I'm like, okay, that there's enough closure there. But they also did leave things kind of open. You know, like certain aspects they did leave open. And the biggest thing that they left open is that Jin wasn't done. And now you're right. Now they kind of show you like it is funny how in the interviews Sucker Punch was like, yeah, it's been 300 years. She doesn't even know Jin. She doesn't even know who Jin is. You know? And you're like, okay, well, surely they're going to have some kind of nod to Jin in this game, right? And they do. And I guess, yeah, the most significant part of that is like, yeah, this, just so you know, Jin ended up here and apparently spent his final days here. It's like, oh, well, what happened in between? How'd that happen? You know what I mean? Like that's a interesting coincidence, isn't it? So it would be. I have said that I would like Sucker Punch to move on from the Ghost series and see something new from them. My caveat is if they want to return to Jin though, to do like okay, we're gonna do like a trilogy and we're going back to Jin now, that would be sick. I would be all over that. So very interesting, Irfan. I really like that. It's definitely gonna make my mind wander now when it comes to DLC and the future of the series. Because that is so weird. Like I'm like you now. You planted that seed in my brain, bro. Where it's like, why don't we know her last name? What's up with that? What's up with that, bro? Why don't we know her last name? You're absolutely right. I didn't think of that one time. After you leave Jin's house, there is an arrow hit on a boat. It means some guy attacked Jin, and we're following him when he reached Atsu. I don't know if you saw that or not. Wait, Irfan, you lost me here a little bit. You're saying there was an arrow on his boat. Oh, you mean like, oh, so you mean like he was chased to Ezo, or like there were people following him when Jin came to Ezo? Yeah, I guess I didn't pay as close attention as I probably should have to the environmental storytelling of that section of Yotei when it shows like what happened to Jin. Well, it doesn't show it, but like that's the thing is like the different things that could be inferred based off of the environment. Um, yeah, that's really good, man. I'm now you got me, now you got my mind wandering. If we're gonna actually see Jin come back again at some point, that'd be so cool. We're gonna play as old Jin, bro. Wasn't Yotei like 300 years after the events of Tsushima? Why would Jin still be relevant at that time, or am I missing something? Well, that's the thing about Atsu not having a last name, is the only thing that would make it relevant. There's only one thing that would make it relevant, and that is it turns out that actually Atsu is related to Jin. And it would almost act as a justification for, it's like, therefore here's why Jin's actions after Tsushima are now relevant if we want to show that. You get what I'm saying? Where it's like, okay, so Jin's story was important because that was the first story we got, Mongol invasion. Now they're saying, okay, his story's over, 300-year time jump. That doesn't even matter now. It's 300 years later. Okay, here's a new character named Atsu, no last name. Has some similarities to Jin, right? To some degree. Never going to tell you your last name. You're going to find out what happened to Jin. Turns out his final resting place was here. We're not going to tell you how or why. I don't know. Yeah, I did not think of this. I don't want to like get ahead of myself. Could be, Sucker Punch could be over here being like, "Oh my god, guys, it's not that deep." It could be that. But yeah, Tsushima 2 confirmed, bro. we're on that hopium. But yes, I did platinum Ghost of Yotei, and as I told you guys, it was a bit of a, I don't know if I want to say drag, but it's the nature. I think there was an oversight from Sucker Punch, by the way. Thank you, Mr. B. Yeah, I'm proud of the platinum. I'm glad I got it. Although I gotta say, dude, I'm gonna start tackling my backlog now, and then they're like, yeah, we're gonna add 2 more trophies. One of them is to probably beat it on the hardest difficulty. That's even harder than the one that's in the game right now. And you're also gonna have to beat it on New Game Plus. And I'm like, bro, I appreciate the update. I really do. I love the fact that you guys are dropping free content, new content for your single player game. Why are you adding 2 trophies? Why do you need to add those 2 trophies? Why are you doing that to me? Why would you do that to me? So I'm gonna have to try to see if I can get those last 2 trophies. I was thinking of streaming some gameplay, since I never did get to stream some gameplay of Yotei. Now that I can do a New Game Plus, is saying it's probably not the hardest difficult trophy. I don't know, man. I hope it's something stupid like take a picture in photo mode or something, or with a new filter or whatever. Bro, I was losing my mind, similar to Jubei, on how similar Jubei was to Jin. Oh, yes. Yeah. Okay, that's a major spoiler, but it's okay. We've been in spoiler territory. You're right. I wanted to, I think I just decided not to think about that because I wanted to talk about it so badly, but I'm like, this is too spoilery. But yes, you are absolutely right about that too. Like, he straight up seems like he could be Jin's son. Or like he comes from that lineage, because he's got that honor bound. If you think about it, dude, Jubei is like a complete mirror reflection of Jin in this game. Like, to a T, where like he's got his own obligations to the samurai, and he has to kind of break his code numerous times, and he feels very uncomfortable doing so. And he does it. He's like, doesn't like it, but he realizes he has to do it to save certain people, that he cares about. Perfect Image is like, the mom, bro. The mom. What about the mom, though? We got to talk about the mom. I'm like, I don't know. And just like Jin, he broke his code. Wow. Okay. This is good. This is good stuff, man. I have not. These are things that that have just went over my head. And it makes the story much more interesting to me. I'm much more interested in the idea, truly, because I told you how I was kind of underwhelmed by the ending. I'm much more interested in the idea that Atsu and Jubei and that family is actually they're descendants from Jin. That to me, that's, I don't know if it's game changing per se. It's not that game changing, but it makes me so much more interested in knowing, like, okay, so then, like, what the hell happened? Like, what was going on then, bro, with Jin? Fill in the gaps. I need the gaps filled in now. What's her last name? Irvin, I feel like these things were like right in front of my face, and I'm just like, eh, okay, cool. You know? And Irvin's over here like that meme of Charlie on like the board, like putting things together, smoking the cigarette. That's awesome. I heard before that they decided on Yotei that they were actually working on a Jin sequel. Have you not heard that? MBG Tsushima 2 is definitely a real possibility. I heard about that. I don't know how much truth there is to that. It's hard to say. I guess like Sucker Punch has been very convincing to me, where they're like, I don't know, like they're like, yeah, we didn't want to we didn't want to make a sequel to Jin. Like we wanted to just do something new. I'm like, okay, I kind of believe you. Like, because I would just assume that's something early on, but I don't know. MBG Atsu's mom is the only ancestor that has the wind. What do you mean by that perfect image? The devs were surprised at a sudden shift to Atsu, from what I've heard. I guess these are things that we'll never really truly know unless something, like a developer just straight up comes out and says like, "Here, I'm here to confirm this," and then get sued. Um, Wind is Jin. Well, no, I know that, but I'm saying when you talk about her mom being the one with like the wind, like the only one in the family who has like the wind on her side or whatever. Um, that I well, yeah, because I know she was like playing I forget the name of the instrument, the guitar type instrument, and that she passed that down to Atsu. Well, Wes, that would be fascinating if I don't know that there's truth to that. That's one of those things where it could be made up, it could be hearsay, but like I don't know. I feel like if that was the case, this game probably would have taken longer. The Shamisen, thank you. Yeah. I feel like this game would have taken longer. I don't know. I don't know. What they got Legends coming up, and I'm looking forward to that big time. But I have to admit, like, I'm very curious about the future of Sucker Punch because I think that they've done very well for themselves. I think they did a fantastic job with Tsushima. I think Tsushima was them leveling up. The DLC for Tsushima, Legends, an amazing package. They basically wanted to replicate that package again with Yotei. And they've done a very good job. There are many aspects of Yotei that are greatly improved upon. Even though I enjoyed the story of Tsushima overall more, I still, overall, like my thoughts on getting the Ghost of Yotei Platinum, very great game, very good game. Like the only negative aspects of this for me were the ending was a bit underwhelming, and the some of the tasks that I had to do to get the platinum were a little bit mundane and got a little bit long in the tooth to where I'm like, okay, now I'm forcing myself to just look, get these last 6 trophies and look at these guides. I think there was an oversight in this game though, guys, and that oversight is in the game you learn like I think it's like 7 different songs. Like there's a song called Song of Shrines. And what happens is when you learn this song, you can play it at any time and it will have the wind guide you to the next shrine. And they have it for like wolf dens, they have it for all these different things. They have it for the hot springs. And so it's like, okay, like when you are at the end of the game and you want to get the rest of all of these discoverables or scattered throughout the world, you just play these songs, follow the wind, it'll take you there. Bada bing, bada boom, no problem, right? Except for one. Except for one. And I'm like, dude, they definitely forgot this. Like they had to have. It doesn't make any sense. I think this was a legitimate oversight where I think there were supposed to be 8 songs you learn. And one of those songs was supposed to be for the painting spots. So there's like 15 spots scattered throughout the entire map where it's, there's a really nice looking landscape and she sits down and you use the dual sense to do a painting. I had to look up a guide for this because there's no song to play. There's no way to find these spots as far as I'm aware, other than just by stumbling upon them. And I'm like, that has to be an oversight. It has to be, right? Because I'm like, bro, how else are you supposed to find these spots? So it felt like there was supposed to be another song. I don't think it's a big deal. I watched the guide, but I found it interesting that that was like the last trophy I had. And I'm like, dude, I only have 5 or 6 of these spots. I need to watch this guide to find the other 10. Um, so, I really enjoyed Ghost of Yotei. I have to give a big shout out to the visual aspect of this game. I really do. Like, I talked about how amazing Tsushima looked, but Yotei really does level it up naturally. I mean, it's a next gen game. It's utilizing PS5 Pro hardware, but um I don't know if I can say Yotei is the most technically impressive game. I mean that might go to another studio, but I think I can say Yotei is the most just visually stunning game, like visually appealing. Like it's just the amount of times I took a picture, a screenshot that I posted on my Twitter where it was just like the entire map. Like you're standing on a mount, one of the mountains, and you just see the entire map. I'm like, this is crazy, dude. Like this is crazy. Like this is like by far one of the best looking games I've ever played. So shout out to Sucker Punch for just doing a very good job, man. I think that they really kind of nailed it. I enjoyed my time with Yotei, and I'm very curious to see what Sucker Punch does next. And now I'm even more interested now that we're talking about Jin and what's going on there. But yeah, I think when it comes to everything I've had to say about Ghost of Yotei, I think that's about it. I don't know that there's much else left for me to say. Like I told you guys, I'm gonna probably try to get these 2 trophies that they're gonna drop. Maybe we'll do some streams. Like I said, I haven't streamed Yotei at all yet, and the biggest reason for that was because, well, I didn't want to stream the story because it felt too soon. I know people are very on my channel. They want to play the game on their own. They don't want to watch me spoil it for them, right? I didn't want to do like a road to platinum for Yotei because like it felt kind of too mundane. It wasn't like Death Stranding 2, where Death Stranding 2, it's a little bit mundane because I'm delivering packages back and forth. However, in Yotei, what would make it really mundane for me to stream platinuming it is because I literally would be sitting there looking at guides, like just I gotta watch this guide to figure out where I gotta go next, and that would be super boring for people. So I feel like a good time to maybe stream some Ghost of Yotei would be with the new game plus. That might be the best time, because yeah, I mean at that point I mean if you're interested in watching a new game plus, I don't know if I'll do a whole playthrough, certainly not, but I guess what I'm just saying is we'll get some Ghost of Yotei streaming in there, and maybe we'll stream Legends when that comes out too. Um, Tsushima 2 is going to knock our socks off. Irvin says, now I can sleep tonight. I'm free in the wind. No need for a spoiler cast anymore. I said everything I wanted to say. I mean, the truth is, I don't know if I can do full blown spoiler casts anymore. Not that I really have done. Like the problem with it is it. I don't know. It feels like one of these things where like if I can get there quick, like if I beat Ghost of Yotei within a week of it being out and I did a spoiler cast, that's different. I think people would show up for that maybe, or like 2 weeks in. But I take my time with games, and I think like if I tried to do a spoiler cast now, like a full blown, I'm doing like a 2.5 to 3 hour dedicated stream just talking about Ghost of Yotei. I don't know how that's gonna go for me because when I did that for Death Stranding 2, like there were definitely people interested in it, and I appreciate that. I do. Like I was happy to see people showed up. But it's like, compared to all of my other content, it's like this is doing noticeably worse. Like to a degree where it's like I don't know if I can, because I'm so late to it. You know what I mean? Like I spent so much time. Yeah, but at the same time, I agree, Irfan. Like Death Stranding 2, it was such a wild ride. I'm like, I gotta talk about some of this shit, bro. Like this is crazy, Like this is the crazy wild stuff going on. All right, where are we at time wise? So we're almost at the 4.5 hour mark. I don't know how much longer I'll go for. Maybe I'll stream for another 10 minutes and hang with you guys. We'll end it at the maybe we'll end it at the 4.5 hour mark. It's a long ass stream, but it was a good one. I had a lot to say. We got some good support. Maybe we'll do like a last call right now, you know? We got 10 more minutes. If you guys want to drop any more support, I think now would be a good time to do it. Like I said, we already got good support today. We don't necessarily need any more, but this is just more along the lines of if you want to drop any more before we roll out, do a last call. We hit our 25 member goal, so thank you for that. If you want to bestow any more member gifts on anybody, feel free. We hit our super chat goal, which is awesome to see. Thank you guys for that. But I think we crushed that super chat goal. We went way beyond 10. So really appreciate that. We got a couple direct donations as well. Don't have any songs to play for you guys though at the moment, which is fine. We don't need them. We'll save them. Gaming Survivor, I don't know if you're still here. If you got a song, save it. Rich Rod, I don't think he's here, so I think we're in the clear. We're in the clear. Wes, you're saying even if Infamous Second Son barely looks like a PS4 game when you play it on the PS5, they've always been on point with visuals. That's true. Yeah, Second Son, I think, doesn't get enough credit for how visually impressive it was. That was a really good looking game, dude. I really enjoyed Second Son. I've never played the original Infamous games. People have told me that they're the better ones. The original Infamous games are ones that I should play, but I haven't gotten around to it. I'd love to see them go back to Infamous. That'd be awesome, dude. MBG, Jin's actor, streamed Yotei and played the entire game, including Jin's quest. He narrated the lines with Atsu at the same time. That was the video I wanted to show you, but it got deleted. Oh, he deleted that stream. I'm assuming it was a stream or a pre-recorded video. That's interesting that it got deleted. Why do you think it got deleted? You think Sony was like, bro? Yeah, I could see how that him narrating, saying all the lines. That's pretty cool, though. Did he spoil it? Did he revealed it? He accidentally showed everybody like she's Jin's great granddaughter. No, Gaming Survivor. Save it. You don't got a song, bro. If you do, we'll play it tomorrow. It's up on Twitch. Some random guy uploaded it on YouTube, and it got copyrighted. Oh, okay. Interesting. The re-upload. All right. So we'll see what topics we have for tomorrow. A couple topics we might discuss. I came across this topic. I'll probably cover it in a video, but maybe it could be a stream topic. We believe it's feasible. Emulation Studio working on PS3 support for modern consoles. We also have another topic regarding the Steam Machine. Valve officially confirms that it will not be subsidized, which is a pretty big deal. We have another one here, Stellar Blade potentially moving beyond PlayStation timed exclusivity with its sequel. So Stellar Blade could be going multi-platform. Those are just a couple things we could talk about tomorrow. It's been a quiet Sunday though. There, sometimes things kind of happen during the weekend, other times not so much. I don't marathon December playtest announcement dates. Okay. Yeah, so we'll see. We'll see if there's anything else that happens between now and tomorrow. There is this report here from Tweaktown. Maybe we could cover this tomorrow. Xbox developers are reportedly thrilled to bring their games to PlayStation 5. What's this one, Irfan? Geralt actor Doug Cockle. That's a crazy last name. On if GTA 6 next year surpasses The Witcher 3's all-time record for award nominations. I don't care. I don't care. I mean, he shouldn't care. You know? I think it could, though. Yeah, I think GTA 6 is going to destroy everything in its path. The orange color above my head is cool. Yeah, it's perfectly lined up. It's perfectly lined up. So let's see where we at time. So we got 5 more minutes. I just figure why not? We'll just hang out for 5 more minutes. I don't know. I feel like I always feel better if I can end the stream at like the hour or half hour mark, I always feel better about that. I haven't played Mafia: The Old Country yet, Perfect Image. I started playing Dying Light: The Beast. I can't even give my thoughts on it. I'm only like an hour and a half in, maybe 2 hours in. Um, I want to play Mafia too, though. Uh, so I'll get around to it eventually. I got to get around to playing Silent Hill F. There's that new SpongeBob game that came out. Maybe that's good. I don't know. Some people have said that's good. Maybe I'd play that with my son. I don't know if he'd be interested in it. What else is there? I know there's some other stuff too, but it's tough, man. It's tough because like so many of these games, they have so much content. They're so packed. You wish they would move the release of Wolverine up a few months to give it time to breathe before GTA comes out. It might. If it comes out early September, it'll have more than enough time. Where the Winds Meet. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna end up playing that. I don't know. Like I don't even know what this game looks like. I'd have to check it out. By the way, yeah, guys, make sure you're hitting that like button. We're gonna be heading out in about 3 minutes. So make sure you're hitting that like button. We're at 128 likes. See if we can bump that up to 130. We need 2 more. Can we get 2 more likes? Maybe 135. Yeah, there's simply too many games to play, man. Oh, that was Mystic with the scoop on PS3 emulation? I didn't realize that. Let me see. Oh, you're right. Oh, yeah, yeah. I think that was a video Mystic uploaded. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, Mystic's been doing some interesting stuff lately, too. That's the most Geralt line ever. I don't care. Buy a PlayStation in the Black Friday sales. You Xbox bums. The orange color vanished. Yeah. The sun fully passed over, bro. That was the signal. That was when somebody was supposed to drop a 50 bomb and nobody did. Don't blame me for what happens next, guys. All right? Ominous. Do something right for once in your miserable lives. Damn, sorry, no, that's Gaming Survivor. I was gonna say Perfect Image doesn't talk like that. Sheesh. No, though, they should buy PlayStation 5s. Can't go wrong, man. Can't go wrong. PC's not all it's cracked up to be. It's not. It's not. They want you to believe it is. It's not what it seems. All right, guys. This will be a good place to wrap up today's Press X podcast. Before I head out, though, I do want to give you guys a big thank you. We hit 25 channel members today. I really appreciate that. We hit the first and most important goal. So thank you. We got a really good amount of super chats as well, which, I don't thank you guys enough for the super chats. They're just as important. They help just as much as the memberships. So thank you to everybody who dropped super chat support. And also if you dropped direct donation support, I appreciate that as well. Again, if you are a channel member, go check out some of that members content. It's premium members only content. You're only able to view it if you're a channel member. And if you enjoy it, consider renewing your membership. And I also want to thank Devil Shooter for doing the timestamps for the streams. If you see Devil Shooter in those comments with those timestamps, give him some thanks, show him some love. I know he appreciates it. And that does it, guys. So thank you once again for tuning in. Thank you if you watch it later on. I appreciate your viewership. We should be back here tomorrow with more content, another Press X podcast episode, and that does it. So, guys, please enjoy the rest of your Sunday, your day, evening, or night. I hope to see you back here tomorrow. That's it. All right, guys. That's it. Just making sure there's nothing else I had to say. All right, I'll catch you in the next one. Till then, take care, everyone.